This is Julie Bitzer, Reston Association President, and I am pleased to begin our meeting of the Board of Directors tonight on September 24th. We have quite a full agenda, as some of you may already know. So I'd like to call the meeting first to order and establish quorum. I'm looking at my Zoom screen and I see Karen Anton from Hunters Woods. I see Aaron Webb from Tall Oaks. I see Mike Collins from Apartment Rep. I see John Mooney from North Point, Tom Mulcairn, member at large, Bob Petrine, member at large. I see a lovely photo of Sarah and her daughter, member at large, and Van Iyer, I do believe I had seen you earlier.
Present.
There we go. I see your name. So another member at large, and I believe I've gotten all of our directors. So we have established quorum. And the next thing that's on our agenda is opening remarks. And first, some administrative things. Some of you might be new to our Zoom meetings. There is a chat room and a raise your hand feature of Zoom. As per, this is a virtual meeting rather than in person. While you may put a comment in the chat room, it does not necessarily mean that it will be acknowledged or responded to, given that's not the normal course of events in an in-person meeting, but we will do what we can to address that. Our past practice has been to have our member comments all at the beginning of the meeting, and tonight I'm going to again do that to keep the flow of our meeting going in the topics that we have to cover. I'm going to start off with a little bit of good news, kudos, so I hope you will humor me on that. But we have had a number of comments made to us by our members on our staff, and I want to recognize the good work and dedication of some of those members. So all organizations continue to work to be nimble and to adjust to what their customers need and what the pandemic has allowed. We're no exception, and so I share with you some feedback. Aquatics leadership, certainly a challenge in this year of COVID, but we've received substantial positive responses on the handling of our pool staff, our aquatics leadership staff in this season. So many thanks to that A team. We've heard comments like, I am so impressed by how hard your guards are working to keep the pools open. Another member said just today, this has been the best pool season they've ever had because they could easily get their lap lanes and they just actually experienced a heightened pool season. So, you know, that was kind of fun to hear that in exchange. As a near daily user of our wonderful Reston pool system, I want to pass on my sense of how things are going in this stressful era of COVID. And the word was splendidly. Obviously, pools are very much a topic for tonight's conversation. So thank you for saving the summer. In our finance department, I want to recognize Tom, Dave, Lily, Hannah, Zeta, Mary, and Rita, because they have been dedicating so many hours to the recovery and rebuilding of accurate and audible data since the end of last year. I don't know, some of you may or may not remember, but we had lost a lot of data and systems due to some very aged systems. So their focus on ensuring that that rebuild means that we are going to be able to proceed to provide valuable finance reporting and to a suitable, stable new assessment payment platform in spite of the roadblocks presented by this pandemic. So thank you, finance team. Our watershed team is one of my favorites. is often seen working closely with community members and stakeholders. So high praise has come to us for Will Peterson, our watershed manager, for his recent work helping keep a senior Girl Scout organized and coaching the Girl Scouts involved to completion of their Gold Award project. They put in a new turtle dock on Lake Thoreau. And to see some of the photos of these girls taking that turtle dock down was quite impressive. So I wanted to at least give some kudos to our staff. The next thing I wanted to cover was, and it's really about tonight. I know many are here concerned about the Lake Thoreau pool and the interest in that. And as we know, we did have to close it for safety reasons. And we've done a lot of work working with the community in the last 9 months on collecting insights, collecting member input, whatever. And it's certainly on the agenda tonight. Christina, can you please put up that slide for me? There's 2 meetings that I think the community should be aware of that are coming up. And they both actually kind of have to do with Lake Thoreau, which is, full disclosure, is in my district. And part of our challenge in the board of directors, speaking to our community and the fiduciary responsibility that we take on as volunteer board directors, is to the financial health and the well-being of our association in serving its members to the maximum point we can. In this process of creating the 2021 budget, we have found ourselves in a situation where we've got a major project that's looking to be funded if it goes forward. And we have in the past pretty much done what I'll call a pay-as-you-go kind of approach. But what we found was we did not have a full understanding of how we go about forecasting major projects and funding those. So we are going to have a special board meeting, a joint working session with our board, our fiscal committee, and the Recreation Facilities Working Group on Thursday, October 8th. It's a Zoom meeting. You're all welcome to join us as we discuss how we address current and future needs. The second hot topic in the last 2 months has been the health of our lakes, and heightened interest from those who live on Lake Thoreau as to algae bloom and whatever. But that, there's always lemonade out of lemons. So, we engage with the community. We heard, we're going to continue to engage with them. We have another meeting set up October 28th, where we're going to update and what we've done and what we're looking to do. And that also involves our Environmental Advisory Committee folks. And so I just wanted people to know that that is queued up as we promised, along with a new website, links and whatever for additional information. So I encourage my community to join us in these meetings. The lake one is not just about Lake Thoreau. We have 3 other lakes, and those have their own unique characteristics as well. So, and as part of the Lake Thoreau Lakes environmental health discussion, John Mooney, secretary of our board, and I have been talking about the lake's environment and what contributes to that. So John, I think there was something you had found in your research you wanted to share with the community.
Thank you, Julie, for the opportunity to offer a brief comment before we proceed with the rest of the meeting. This summer, as we all know, we experienced some serious effects from the excessive nutrients in Lake Thoreau. And in its 2018 annual report on the state of the environment, the EAC already had made the strategic statement, and here I quote, "There needs to be a more concerted effort to identify and control the source of phosphorus loading and sediment erosion in the watershed before they ever reach the lakes. And we're going to approve in a few minutes, I trust, a merely administrative change to the EAC's work plan for this year and next year. But I want to take this occasion, especially with the community meeting on lake health coming up in late October, to express my hope that in its 2020 racer, the EAC can give the board more specific options at the tactical level and not just at the strategic level for preventively reducing the sedimentation and nutrient loading in our lakes and ponds. It will save us a lot of money, and it will save us a lot of environmental deterioration if we can pull off that preventive work. So I've shared a fuller statement with my board colleagues. I apologize very late today, but with their permission, I would like my longer comments to be part of the record for tonight's meeting, the minutes, so that others who are interested in some of the issues about this prevention effort can read them. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina, you'll add those into our board package for the minutes? Right.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the next item, which is approval of the board meeting agenda, tonight's board meeting agenda. Before we go into approval of that, I actually have a few changes that I would like to make, and I hope will be acceptable to my fellow board directors. We would like to defer item N, which is RA as an affected party for DR applications. RA staff feels they are not quite ready to address that tonight, so we'll bring that back in a future meeting. I would like to also, given the amount of things that we have on our agenda tonight, and I guess I was too optimistic. Sarah cautioned me that I was too optimistic, but there you go. So the other item that I would like to remove for tonight is item Q, which is a discussion of our consent calendar resolutions, volunteer appointments for DD committees. Both of those will not suffer by being pushed back to another night. In addition, we omitted in our listing, I think I'm going to get it right, in our listing in the consent calendar, I think this is what it was. Christina, tell me if I'm wrong on this, because now I'm confused because mine seems to say it is in there. It's the minutes from the August 6th meeting.
Correct.
I believe they're in your packet, but not in the, oh, I see, yes. In the draft agenda. It is on the consent calendar agenda, but it's not in the draft agenda. So the approval of the August 6th board meeting minutes. So those are the three items that I would like to amend our agenda for tonight with.
So move.
Second from Bob, and all in favor of those small changes.
Aye.
I see hands from everyone.
Aye from Van.
Hey, there we go.
Sarah.
And Sarah too. Thank you. So that's unanimous on that. Moving into the consent calendar then. We have the approval of board minutes from July 13th, July 23rd, July 23rd, July 30th, August 6th, and August 19th. We also have committee volunteer appointment approvals for Ed Abbott for elections, John Norton elections, Adam Drissy Environmental Advisory Committee, Jamie Bluth. Forgive me if I say people's names wrong. That's really not a good skill of mine. For multimodal transportation, Maurice Fleece for multimodal transportation, Ken Adams, Fiscal, David Kerr, Fiscal, as well as Chair. Scott Severs, Fiscal, Lisa Turkle-Tubb as a new member of Fiscal, and Mike Collins as the Vice Chair for Legal. We have the election calendar in your consent calendar. We have approval of common use area request for Camp Sunshine, Virginia Polar Dip. I'm not going to be doing that, folks, but please have at it. And then the EAC work plan, which you heard John Mooney reference earlier. We needed to adjust it so that the terminology for project teams and working groups was clear in the work plan. So that is what we have on our consent calendar for approval. Might I have a motion to accept consent calendar as described? Karen. So moved from Karen.
Second.
Second from John Mooney. All in favor of the consent calendar?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye from Vin.
Aye from Ben. Sarah?
Aye for Sarah.
Okay, I see all 9, unanimous. Great. Now we're into member comments. So if you've registered with Christina or raised your hand, we'll call on you. And I will say, I know we're going to get a fair number of comments about the Lake Thoreau pool. If somebody has covered what your concern is, please help us not have a 5-hour board meeting. And you can send us emails. Christina, you can put your email address into the chat room so people know that they can also register their comments in that manner as well. And we have established a folder just on this topic for our member comments on the Lake Thoreau pool. So that said, let's go.
So the first person I actually have on my list is Aaron Webb.
Oh, I forgot. Yes, Aaron, I was going to let you go first for a different topic.
Well, I ended up being able to go first because I was the first one to sign up.
Yes.
As it turns out. Completely democratic. Aaron Webb, 11401 Hook Road. And I'm speaking as a resident, so I'm not intending my remarks to be interpreted as coming from board of directors or anything. Recently I was speaking with a couple of other neighbors that are kind of looking for direction and opinions on the impact of the pandemic on the tradition of Halloween and particularly trick-or-treating. And although Reston Association is not a governing body and doesn't have any jurisdiction over how residents celebrate the holiday, I believe that RA is in a position to provide a convenient starting point when people begin their search for direction from the state, from the county, and from the Center for Disease Control. So I think it's an opportunity we have in Reston Association to be almost a clearinghouse or at least a signpost telling people where to go find information. I've recently learned that Reston's even sponsoring 3 Halloween activities that sound pretty fun and inventive. And they even rated them according to the Center for Disease Control's risk level classifications. You can find those in the Reston Association Activities Guide, which you can find on the RA website. There's a couple of links in. So I just wanted to bring that up because I know there's lots of parents with kids wondering, and maybe this was a good forum to spread some information. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Next I have Val Aaron.
Hi, Val.
Hi. Uh-oh, I think we have to, okay, there we go. Hi, everyone, Val Aaron here. I'm at 1938 Winterport Cluster, and here to express my strong support for funding the Lake Thoreau Pool project for 2021 and not delaying it. I spoke with Julie earlier this afternoon and Hank, so thank you both for your time and support and to help me better understand the challenges this project presents. But I do encourage we all work to find a solution that keeps the project moving along. Julie, you suggested considering mixed use options, which got me thinking. And I realized there's challenges because of our location right by the lake, but that's also what makes it so popular and so well utilized and desirable. And when we looked at the Kimley Horn concepts, they showed kind of a new pool deck, which would take better advantage of the beautiful views of the lake. So I thought, why don't we make that pool deck, that overlook, open year round? If we have that raised pool deck, people can come and use it for picnics, for coffee, yoga by the lake, you know, playing cards. And it would be a great higher spot for watching the 4th of July fireworks for those who don't want to experience that event on the lake, which is pretty cool. So I think the new pool, the lake overlook, and the enhanced boat dock, which has been mentioned, where people can put boats in. I think this would be a great new year-round RA amenity that's inspiring, and that's something all of Reston would want to utilize and be proud of.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to express that this evening. Thank you.
you're welcome.
All right, next I have Paul.
Hi, I am Paul Renard. I'm the Vice President of Lakeport Cluster Board. As you may know, we're immediately adjacent to the pool. Our residents have let us know very clearly that they are opposed to closing the pool and replacing it with any sort of commercial establishment, which I understand has been under discussion, but certainly hasn't been decided. Many Lakeport residents, including myself and my family, enjoy the use of the pool. But beyond that, we specifically selected our house in Lakeport so that the pool was within easy walking distance. We're concerned about deterioration in our property values if a key amenity is removed from the neighborhood. Under your rules, is it possible for me to yield to Jonathan Hammer, who would like to present a couple of facts and figures around that? Julie, is that okay?
Sure, Jonathan can join. I think you were speaking as a member, so if we'd like to use Jonathan for the cluster.
Yes.
I believe you have 5 minutes as a cluster.
Okay, so Jonathan?
Okay, thank you very much, Paul, for allowing me to speak for the cluster and to the board for considering the points that I'm going to raise on behalf of our community. I think it's, as Paul mentioned, personally, current residents of Lakeport, as well as other communities, purchase their properties with the pool as an understood amenity. So to us, to remove the amenity or delay construction will be a major disappointment, and in our view, really a contravention of an implied contract that was part of purchasing in Reston, and specifically purchasing a house within walking distance of a pool, in our case, the Lake Thoreau pool. So although it's not something that's written in a sales contract, it's something that's, we feel, is an implied commitment on the part of the community when we buy a house that has an established amenity like this. We feel that the pool has a positive impact on the quality of life of our residents. It enables families with children to have positive experiences. We've heard from a number of families, both with the full range of children, from toddlers to high school children. And it's an important part of the reason why they bought in our neighborhood, in our cluster. It enables constructive activity for these children. And the opposite of that, if the pool is gone, it could enable unfortunate behavior on the part of some of these young people who need an outlet for their energy. And having that within easy reach is very important. The pool also enables our adult residents to maintain an active lifestyle, which we think is important to the lifestyle we seek and rest in a healthy and active lifestyle. The pool also makes the homes in our neighborhood more attractive to families with children, as well as to individuals that maintain an active lifestyle. And the removal of the pool will therefore negatively impact resale potential and negatively impact our home values. So we did a little estimate of what this would mean in terms of home values. We counted about 500. We think that's a lowball figure of homes that are within walking distance of the pool. We know the pool is currently estimated to cost around $3 million. Now, something's going to happen with that property, assuming that the pool is not done and we could reduce the cost, or the board could reduce the cost by 2/3. But that would be $2 million in savings by doing something else. The resulting savings, a portion per home in that case of 500 homes, would be about $4,000. That's less than 0.8% of the median property value in our zip code, which is $490,000. In terms of averages, that's probably a low figure because the average is probably skewed higher by higher home values. The value of the pool, in our view and in our community's view, is at least a couple of percent of our home values in terms of resale. And probably to people who really have a high interest in the pool, probably as much as 5 to 10% of the property value for some owners. So by removing the pool, the board would save $2 million, while we would be losing on the order of, at a 2% apportion value, $5 million to $12 million of value in terms of home values. So we think this would be very short-sighted. When we heard about fiduciary responsibility of the board, we know that that's a very important facet of what the board is interested in. And we think that this is an important consideration with respect to the board's fiduciary responsibility in terms of preserving our home values and the effect that that pool has on the values of the homes within walking distance. So I very much appreciate the board considering our points of view, and I will stop now. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, Paul, for Lakeport. Appreciate the insights and different perspective. Christina, who next?
Sure. Next, I have Michelle.
Hi. Hi, this is Michelle Kimmel from 1937 Upper Lake Drive, and I want to register my family's support for funding of the Lake Thoreau Pool to ensure that it can be reopened in the summer of 2022. And I would like to ask the board to please pass a motion today to ensure that that is the case. I'd also like to register the support of the Schwartz family on Upper Lake Drive, my neighbors. They couldn't attend, but they did want to make sure their voices were heard as well. Now, I'd also like to speak to something that Julie mentioned, your fiduciary duty to RA members to ensure there are assessments are spent as wisely as possible. Before you is a budget with little to no details on how our money is being spent. And quite frankly, by looking at this, it appears that at least previous boards have not lived up to the duty to the members. Greater transparency and accountability is absolutely needed. You cannot simply accept a budget that staff presents. You need to ensure that our money is being spent properly. The association bureaucracy, quite frankly, has grown to a near obscene level for a homeowners association. After looking at the proposed budget, I really have to ask, are we now suffering from the problem of waste, fraud, and abuse? For instance, in the proposed budget, currently staff is requesting to spend nearly $1 million on communications. What exactly is included in that line? For over a year, I have asked for some simple details. I've asked staff how much money was spent on the branding study, but I have not been provided a response. If I don't know and other members don't know, I hope the board knows, but that's not apparent to us. I have worked for a nonprofit membership association, and I have presented and defended communications budgets. These questions may feel overly intrusive, but I guarantee you that they will make an association stronger. When we have greater accountability and transparency, we can ensure that staff stay mission focused and that our money is not wasted. This is not a charity. We are required to pay these assessments, and the board has a duty to us to ensure they are spent wisely. That is not in the budget before us. And I strongly encourage you to drill down and figure out what is in there before you talk about not funding facilities and amenities that have been part of this community for decades. If we need to cut, we need to look at the operations line, and we need to seriously question.
Sorry, Michelle, that's actually time.
Thank you, Michelle. Just as an FYI, the next fiscal committee meeting is on, I think it's October 21st. And you can go back and look at some of the previous ones as well. Next person.
Next, I have Inder.
Hello, my name is Sood. I live on 2009 Halliard Lane, which is distance to the pool. Long-time resident, almost 50 years. And I used to use the pool, but I'm not user now. But still, I strongly support maintaining the Upper Lakes pool, the Lake Thoreau pool. I think what makes Reston, frankly, is its facilities like pools and tennis courts and pathways. And I have a feeling that that's what should not be sacrificed. It be the essence of Reston. Now, of course, budget choices are made. I do suggest, I think the speaker before me talked about it. I think we need to look at many items before we look at closing an existing facility, which has served the member well. I walk that pool every day almost. It's extremely well used by people. It's a great location. It's a great asset to the community. So I do recommend that please give high priority. Being an old timer, I also have some old memories. There was a time when pools and tennis and all that were fees. I think the may want to consider the option again, not have a whole bureaucracy that starts with issuing permits and pool passes. I think you may want about opening up a membership to non-resident. There are people in Reston who are and able. So first of all, I thank you for your work. I do recommend to look at the in a different than just simply item. Thank you.
Thank you, Inder.
Okay, next we have Liz Badley.
Hi, Liz.
Hi, I just wanted to also, I'm at 11294 Silentwood Lane, and I just wanted to again say that I am for Lake Thoreau pool being a pool. After seeing the seeing what was proposed, and I understand that a lot of it was input from members. I made a comment in the meeting, had it not been thought about making it an all shallow end pool, because it makes it much easier to manage as an aquatics facility. And even, Willa made the comment of, yeah, it is much easier. It's cheaper, it's easier to run. Why are we not relooking at the residents? We want certain things. We want the pool to be a pool. So why can't we, go back to the drawing board and say, great, here are some things, members, you're going to have to give up, because within 1.5 miles, you have three other pools that have 12-foot sections. You've got Newbridge Pool, you've got Tall Oaks Pool, and I know you have to cross the toll road, and you have Golf Course Island Pool, which all go to 11 feet deep. So you could really make Lake Thoreau what it really is, which is an adult focused pool. They have all those hot tub goers who still go there. They were there in 1998 when I lifeguarded there, and they still go there, and they're there till 10 p.m. at night. They called themselves the Hot Tub Club. It's all the same people. And so if we can just, kind of go back to the drawing board and cut some costs that are not only costs of renovation, but also operations costs. And then I want to register one more time, looking at the budget, breaking out some really expensive programs that both bring in a lot of revenue, but also cost a lot, breaking them out into smaller entities that are partners with the Reston Association, nonprofit partnerships that are 501c3s instead of C4s, so they're tax exempt, so they're able to get government help, which RA is not because of our status as a community association. And RA, we should go back to three main principles: upholding our beautiful natural areas, upholding our beautiful covenants and communities, and upholding our beautiful recreation facilities. Programming and like large programs, small programs are different, but large programs that have really outgrown being under the RA umbrella, it's time to break them off into other entities that are partners with the association as we've grown. So those are my comments and suggestions.
Thank you. You added a few from the listening session last week. So duly
Yeah.
noted a few more. Thank you, Liz. Christina?
Next, we have Jennifer Juszczyk.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Juszczyk, and I live at 2010 Upper Lake Drive. First, I wanted to advocate for Lake Thoreau Pool. No surprise to this board. I'd like to advocate, and I'd like to see you guys pass a motion tonight to put it in the draft budget. The draft budget doesn't mean that it's going to be approved when you approve the budget. You always have the ability to take it back out. But I think that it is really important to put it in the draft budget and see how that affects the overall budget, and then look at the budget as a whole. I also want to make sure that the conversation is not about whether this facility is a pool or not. I believe this community actually got that confirmation from the board, the RA board, last October. And if you want to reference the October 2019 meeting, it was at the 3-hour and 10-minute mark where that conversation started. And at the end of it, John Mooney asked that the board have a letter go out to the community affirming that, because back then, that's what the question was. So I believe we've already answered the question of whether this should be replaced with a pool. And that answer we got was yes. So now the discussion should be about how we fund the pool, because this community has been engaged and the research has been done. So I don't want to get that mixed in. And then I also wanted to thank the RA staff. I submitted 21 questions for the budget process. And I know that that is a lot to ask from a single member. So I very much appreciate their responses to those questions. The reason I ask those questions, though, is because I've attended these meetings for a really long time. And the budget is still a mystery to me. And I read the financial reports, and I go to the fiscal committee meetings, and I try hard to understand RA as an organization. But I still felt like it was a mystery, and I needed that information, so I appreciate it. I asked Julie if she would pass it on to the board members, because I thought it was a lot of good education, and I understand that she did, and I would appreciate you guys reviewing that information. And also wanted to thank Tom Deal for putting together the presentation tonight. I feel like what's in this presentation is some of the things that I even asked in that email. And I hope that that gives all of us as a community a better insight into what is in our budget process. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Next, we have Giselle.
Hi there, thank you for having us today. I am Giselle Augusto Hincapie. I'm a resident of the Lake Thoreau area at 2000 Cutwater Court. And we are just a concerned family who purchased our property a 1.5 years ago, specifically aware and enthusiastic about being walking distance to the pool as a key amenity. So my comments today are merely to advocate for Lake Thoreau Pool. Now that we are all living through this pandemic, we know the huge importance of outdoor spaces, and the idea of completely eliminating the pool or delaying the construction project is truly disheartening. I think that a pool can be incorporated with year-round amenities in this space. We're going to be living through lots of construction for years if the development off of Sunrise Valley continues or goes through. So the thought of delaying our community project construction is really frustrating, and it's frankly a misleading move, given that RA laid out sketches that were presented formally at meetings, making us residents think that the project was really moving along just fine. So the value of this amenity is clear to the residents, and it should also be clear to Reston Association. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Giselle. Appreciate your comments and welcome to Reston.
Thanks.
Next on the list is Kay Chadwick.
Thank you. As necessary, I'd like to give my time back to a woman, I can't remember her name, that was cut off. I think that it's very important that we do bring the pool to the community. As we've talked about other residents, and I'm at Winterport Cluster. Thank you. I give the time to Michelle. I just want to say there may be other options that we could consider. Yes, and I do think that we should consider getting a second bid.
Ms. Chadwick, could you please give us your address? I know you said Winterport, but could you give us your address?
1970 Winterport Cluster.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Do you have anything more to add?
I just was going to give any time back to Michelle.
Michelle, if you'd like to speak, I've unmuted you.
Thank you. No, I do appreciate that very much, but I think my points have been made and hopefully this time heard.
Thank you. Next.
So next we have John Farrell.
Hi, John.
Good evening, members of the board. Some of you may remember that John Farrell, cluster president, Colonial Oaks, address 11545 under Oak Court. Speaking for my cluster, some of you may remember that I served on the Parks and Planning Advisory Committee, I don't know, last millennium, before the last ice age. And one of the things we spent a lot of time on was looking at the reserve fund. And the reserve fund is supposed to be used to replace our assets, like Lake Thoreau Pool. So I don't think we should feel constrained to fund the Lake Thoreau Pool exclusively from operating funds. I think that if the reserve fund needs to be tapped in order to build out the Lake Thoreau Pool according to the Kimley Horn design, then that's what we do, because that's what it's there for. And so we should not feel constrained to only pay for it as you go, the Harry Bird philosophy. The other thing I would mention as an active birder is to enable the design to incorporate an ability for those of us who go in February to do an inventory of the ducks on all of our lakes, that we can actually get down to that end of Lake Thoreau. We get a pretty good population of winter ducks on Lake Thoreau, but they go up to that end, and it's very hard for us to count them when there's no way to even look at that part of Lake Thoreau from the Lake Thoreau Pool site. So hopefully that can be incorporated into the Kimley Horn design. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. I think the funding wasn't just from operating, but also from some of our reserves. So next person.
Next is Dwayne.
Hi, good evening, and I appreciate being given the time. I live at 2022 Upper Lake Drive, and I guess I'm a little bit more frustrated. I think I'm respectful of my fellow neighbors of keeping their cool so long, but I think we have a lot of good reason to be angry. The board made a commitment to us just a year ago, and it was just, and in fact, I just remember them telling how almost absurd we were being, that we were listening to rumors about some sort of effort to close our pool. And I feel that this is very insincere now to come back and find out, yes, we truly are still fighting for our pool a year later after the board reassured us over and over again that that they were committed to this venture. And I guess I'm also surprised in the sense of how we came to this whole budget issue. We knew this was coming. We knew this was coming for a long time. I mean, we knew the pool was having problems years and years ago. It was actually already due based on its age. And to somehow be in a circumstances where we're finding we can't fund things when we knew it was coming and for long term, that tells me that's nothing else but mismanagement that's going on there. So I guess I'm just disappointed and in some ways embarrassed for my community that we're facing this issue. And it's almost a matter of integrity in the sense that when a board tells us something's going to happen and do it, it gets done. And not to come back and have to a year later pretend like that conversation didn't happen. So I'm a little frustrated, and I apologize if that's coming through. I try to be civil, and I respect my neighbors for being better at it than I am.
Thank you, Wayne and Christina.
Next, we have David Wiley.
Right. Hi, David.
Hi, it's David Wiley and Jean Walker Wiley at 1929 Upper Lake Drive. And thank you for replying to us with emails and information. I'm sorry I missed the first half of the meeting, but I did have interest that obviously we're still spending money on capital projects. There's more than just Lake Thoreau in that backlog set. For the decision to fund one over others indicates some sort of preference or trade-off was made. And I'd like to hear from the people that built the budget what that decision for their recommendations was to prioritize one project over another. That would be important to hear, because I think then we would understand more than, gee, there just isn't enough money. Well, the truth is there always is never enough money. That's always the case. I'm not sure I've ever lived in a time when there was more than enough money. So there's always a set of choices. Those choices mean that people have biases and preferences. It's just not obvious how those were expressed from the amount of information that's been pushed out so far. So I'm a little bit on, I guess, the Lori side or the Jennifer side is this thing has now happened. It's seemed to happen very quickly. And now, in addition to information and advocacy, would like to understand how this preliminary decision was arrived at. Did you want to add anything?
No, that sounds like, the right way. We'd like to see the pool put, continuing to start on the project. It was looking really good, the way that the developers had in mind. And I thought it was looking great. Now, all of a sudden, we're back where we thought we were a year ago. So we'd like to be in a better place.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we'll answer some of those questions, as I stated to you earlier today, Mr. Wiley, as we go through tonight's presentation. But certainly we've got a good handle from the Kimberly Horn Conceptual Design that gave us a cost estimate to work from. Next person, Christina.
Next is Lori Zell.
Hello, Lori.
Hi, Julie. Lori Zell, 1946 Upper Lake Drive. You have heard from the community about a feeling that we've had a promise and a commitment, and we were all here a year ago looking to you while you told us the pool would, boy, we got a commitment from you that the pool would be created. I'm concerned by what I'm hearing from Dwayne and David and others, and frankly, Jennifer's entire list of questions about financial budget that are not answered. It does concern me that there could be something like mismanagement of funds going on. It does concern me that it seems like it is not transparent to the community. I know that's not your intent, Julie. That's not how you operate, but you're giving the impression that that's what's happening, and that is concerning. And if there's any way to mitigate that by being completely transparent and open, I would encourage you to do that as thoroughly as you can and answer all those questions that people have about what is going on and why one choice is being made over another. So thank you. Sorry about the dog barking.
No, I understand that. My dog just got up from his laying spot looking for where was that noise coming from. I'm like praying he doesn't start barking. So yes, and I do appreciate your comments, and certainly as to Jennifer's point, we did post her questions to us, to all of the board members, and we are having a meeting on the 8th to talk a bit more about capital funding and sources and how we go about, you know, maybe a little different way than just tapping reserves all the time. So thank you, Lori. Any other comments?
I'm not seeing any additional hands, but if anybody wants to use.
Oh, Erwin, I think, just raised his hand.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Erwin Flashman. I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane. I'd like to change the subject of the discussion just for my turn, and it has to do with the July 23 regular board minutes, in which there were responses by the board to the issues of the closing or cessation of the camps, and the response regarding the Small Business Association paycheck or agency paycheck protective program issues. And both have to do with the authority of the board. And I take exception to the position that was taken by the board in the statement that it was included with the minutes. And I'd like to read the particular position with regard to the cessation of camps. And it is as follows. It is the board's position that the closure of summer camps was not a formal budget decision, but rather a public safety decision. Public safety decisions and emergency management decisions are the proper responsibility of the CEO, since the association's bylaws section little Roman 5.1 or I-7 assigns our CEO the overall responsibility to, quote, administer the affairs of the association, unquote, within the limits established by the association's governing documents. None of those documents grants the board the powers of emergency management. I think that statement is flat out incorrect. And so is the position that it was not a budget matter. In the very next section of the statement by the board with regard to the PPP, it is stated that resulting in, there were a number of programs and rental facilities which were not offered as a result of the COVID-19 epidemic, and resulting in a current projected loss of non-assessment revenue in the amount of $1.7 million. Clearly, it was a budget issue. Further, section Roman numeral 3(5)(e) of the deed, which supersedes anything else except the law, states the board of directors shall have all powers necessary and appropriate for carrying out the purposes of the association, which are enabled by law or the Reston documents, and which are not specifically reserved to the members or the DRB. Further, any grants of authority to the CEO are limited. They are specific and they cannot be interpreted expansively. What is in those authorizations is in those authorizations. This being a budget matter, it should have been brought before the board, and it clearly could have been. In the
Sorry,
period,
Aaron, that's actually time.
may I have just 2 more seconds? In the period between July 13 and August 19, there were 5 special board meetings held. It is quite clear that a board meeting could have been held to reach that decision. Even if it's the correct decision, it was the board's. Thank you.
Hi, Julie, this is Van Ayer. Can I make some comments?
All right, we usually don't respond back to member comments, but
If you
sure.
like, I can respond as a member. So whichever way you like.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I just want to address a large member population that's present and has got not so much to address about Lake Toro. But I was happy to see a lot of members, and I thought you came in here for a budget listening session. But it looks like you came in here to talk about pools and to talk about interests that concern around your immediate vicinity. So I'm an at-large member, and I was elected by many of you who probably voted for me. So we get to have a two-way dialogue. And let me express to you what I've seen in my 3 years of active involvement at Reston Association. I've seen members show up, 2 members at a listening session. Even this year, we've had 2 members show up at listening sessions. At budget sessions that we've had in the last 3 years, we have 2 members show up. We had 1 member show up at one time. So what I like to ask for you is to be more involved, because when I ran for the seat, I ran as it being a grassroots movement, and it's still a grassroots movement. So the more you're involved, the more you keep a pulse on where we are headed, the more you get to have a say that really is effective. Let me explain to you that our budget is $18 million, and it's growing because it's more spending. And some of you talked about the budget appropriately. Out of 18 million, 15 million goes towards operating expenses, and half of that goes towards payroll. There are a lot of hard questions to ask, and some of us on the board are the only ones asking the questions sometimes. We lack your support. And I think what you should take back is for you to be more involved in these budget sessions and these listening sessions, because there is money, but where is it going is what you need to keep a check on. Because the way this organization is laid out is all about checks and balances. And sometimes we who are asking the hard questions lack the kind of support we want from the grassroots level. But sometimes we only see you in meetings where it's about your favorite pool being reduced hours or being shut down. But unless you keep a pulse holistically on what's going on with an RA, it's hard for you to show up at this meeting and make an effective argument that'll help everybody at Reston Association, not just folks who live around Lake Toro. That's all I wanted to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I think you've made some very good points there, because one of the things that I had said to folks early on when we did the member comments was, you know, if a topic's kind of been hit on the pools, please send us a message. There's a couple points that I have been receiving as the South Lakes District Director, a lot of obviously messages and emails, but there have been some opposite feelings expressed to me, and so I wish to put those into the record so we don't have to pull out each and every email. But I have had members express concern about debt, taking on investment, questions about whether or not, as Val mentioned, about a multi-use facility. You know, have we considered all that that facility could be beyond just being a pool? We're going to spend that amount of money. I've had people say, well, we had 15 pools. Do we need 15 pools? Maybe there's a different number that's the right amount. But I do, as I said, the full board does certainly welcome your input, and we want to hear from many other sides. We are about guess about a half an hour over our timeline, but I see that Elizabeth Cook has raised her hand. So if we might go ahead and have Elizabeth's comment, and then we'll seek to try to move on to the next item on the agenda. Oh, I see that there were two. Okay, two people.
Elizabeth, I'm trying to unmute you now.
As you're doing that, as we said, you can always send your comments to BOD or Board of Directors at reston.org or to.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I live at 2032 Golf Course Drive, and I've been a Reston resident since 1975. And I kind of look at this issue as this Lake Thoreau pool has come up multiple times since it opened. And so as an engineering problem, it's been a constant engineering problem. And when I look at one of our great assets, our paths, I think Ridge Heights Pool is less than a mile, maybe even a half mile from that neighborhood. So I kind of wonder about the need to keep a pool going that is, you know, even if it's a high use pool, if it's a constant drain, and pools are generally a constant drain, but that one more than others, then maybe we need to look at other options. I think Liz had a good point in that, why didn't we consider a pool that was just a 4-foot depth pool if we wanted to replace it with a pool? But other than that, I think we need to really start looking at, yeah, we got 14 pools, and there are 2 pools within a mile of where that pool is located. I walk those paths between those in that area that would go between Upper Lake and Ridge Heights all the time, even though I don't live right next to that place. So we have, you know, there are resources in this community for going to the pool, and we can spread them out other directions without having to incur more expense. Thank you.
Thank you. One more person.
Next we have Giselle.
Giselle, didn't you already speak? Yes, I believe you did. Is there anyone else?
That's the only additional hand I'm seeing.
All right, then we'll proceed. Giselle, please go ahead and add whatever you were going to say into the chat room for us to gather it, but the member comments is 3 minutes and we're on. Actually, I think Elizabeth gave us a good segue to the next part of our agenda, which is Multimodal Transportation Committee work plan. As Mike, you and your advisory committee focus on the trails and as one element of our multimodal transportation element. So might you go ahead and share with us your work plan? Or maybe not. There he is.
Can you hear me now?
Certainly.
I feel like a certain advertisement that some of us have seen in the past. Well, thank you very much. I understand that, as usual, you have a packed agenda, so I'll try to make this relatively quick. This is the presentation of the MTAC, the Multimodal Transportation Advisory Committee's 2020 work plan. And yes, I do realize that there's only a few months left in 2020. So a little bit unusual, but I'm going to explain why we're doing what we're trying to do here. 2020 has been an unusual year, to make an understatement of it. And of course, there's been COVID delays and the like. MTAC has also gone through some significant membership changes as well. And so one of the things we wanted to do was make sure we could do what we put on the work plan. The sad news is that we've lost some longtime members, but the good news is that in recent months we've gained some members as well. So we're moving forward in that, and I think we're making some good progress in terms of developing the ability to do what we want to do in terms of the work plan. This work plan for 2020 really should be seen as a transitional kind of work plan that really sets us up for then the work we want to do in 2021. We've linked the work all to the new strategic plan, so we want to make sure that we're in focus with what Reston is interested in. The first task on the plan is to complete what I consider the transition that was started several years ago when the Transportation Advisory Committee and the Pedestrian and Bike Advisory Committee were brought together to create a Multimodal Transportation Advisory Committee, or MTAC. I say that we're completing that because what we want to do is establish a set of multimodal transportation principles. We're looking now at things like the Reston 7 principles, the core values, the organizational pillars of RA, and we're also looking at things like complete streets and Vision Zero in terms of transportation concepts and the like, so that we can create a true multimodal transportation focus in terms of the committee. So that's the first task, and we plan to get that done by December, and so that will be the foundation on which we move forward. And you'll see all that when it's completed. The second task is ROFAB, and you're familiar with that because it's the electronic report that we just published a month or so ago on Reston on foot and bike. What we're doing is we're going to use that as a foundation for our October 8th meeting, where we're publicizing to the public to come in and tell us about ROFAB, and particularly to tell us what we missed, because by definition, the report is always out of date the day it's published. And so what we want to do is start creating a feedback loop that works faster than, say, a 5-year time period. And in fact, one of our tasks for next year, hopefully, will be to figure out how we can have an ongoing feedback loop for ROFAB kinds of areas, which would be intersections, trails, paths, et cetera. So that's what we're doing in terms of the second task. The third task is completing the review we started and then interrupted ourselves to finish ROFAB, but finish the review of the RMAG report. This is the Reston Metro Access Group report, which actually goes back to 2008, but it's still considered the best report for looking at metro access in terms of pedestrian, bikes, and the like. So we want to finish that up. We have 8 more tables. We're using the same methodology we used for the ROFAB report, which is MTAC members go out to the sites where the recommendations are and see if the work has actually been done and make notations about that and then consolidate those notations. The idea here is to finish up ROFAB again at the end of the year, so we'll have both RMAG. So we'll have both ROFAB and RMAG completed in the same year, and then bring them together starting in 2021 so that we can continue forward looking at the recommendations and see how they've been done down the line with both of these important documents. And then finally, the fourth task is to look at the gaps needed to be filled in order to achieve the bicycle-friendly community silver status. We're now at a bronze status. This is the certification given by the League of American Bicyclists, and it reflects very well in terms of the community from a bicycle-friendly perspective, and so we want to maintain that. And so the first thing to do is look at what do we need to do, and so that's what the task is for 2020. And then in 2021, we would move forward in terms of filling out the form, so to speak, to achieve the silver. Along with these 4 tasks, we continue to monitor a range of meetings, including the Reston Planning and Zoning, the Wheelie Avenue Pedestrian Crossing Study Group, Hunter Mill Transportation Advisory Council. and the Reston Comprehensive Plan Study Group. I should say that John Mooney and Larry Butler, who attend our meetings, are principals or alternates on the Comprehensive Plan Study Group, but I also attend when I can. So I attended, for example, the September 14th meeting, which had a great presentation from Fairfax County Department of Transportation. So that was immensely valuable to the MTAC group to get the 39-page PowerPoint that they gave at that meeting. So we have those links there. So with that, let me stop and see if there are questions.
I know you're planning on coming back to the board with your 2021 work plan.
Correct.
It certainly made sense to be able to show us the great work you've done thus far this year. Do I have Karen?
Yeah, Mike, I missed at the beginning of your presentation. Is it your next regular MTAC meeting where you're going to be looking for feedback from the community about things that might not have made it into the report?
Yes, it's October 8th, and we're working with Reston Communications to get that out as much as we can. So you should see that on the newsletter, Reston Now, those types of things. It'll be the 6:30 meeting, October 8th, and it'll be a Zoom meeting.
Okay, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
But you don't have to wait until the 8th to get those questions into MTAC.
Not at all. And I'll just say, Aaron, I think it was you that made a comment during the BOC meeting or maybe before, where we had missed something that you were particularly interested in ROFAB. You weren't alone in that. Others, let me know that we missed stuff, and we knew we missed stuff. It's the nature of the beast. What we want to do is take that and then create a feedback loop, maybe tied in somehow electronically next year. So we're on a much more real-time basis, or as much as possible. So you were heard very much in terms of your concerns.
I appreciate that. And it came up again at my listening session on Monday night. So yeah. I want to make sure I let these folks know.
Okay. Yeah. Have them make sure and have them join us.
Okay.
I'm particularly glad that you all are involved in the Campus Commons wheelie over underpass.
Oh, yeah.
Discussion. I know that that's certainly near and dear to our hearts because, of course, the TSA on Sunrise Valley, is right next to our residential community, unlike the other side of TSA over on on Sunset. So
I can tell you that Maurice, Scott, and I attend those on a regular basis, and then others on occasion. So, yep.
Yeah. And we've got Lori Zell helping to lead up that.
Right. She does a great job.
Group for Water Alcorn. John.
I just want to, again, compliment Mike and the whole committee. They work very hard and very smart, very hard.
Thank you.
Julie, this is Sarah. Do we need to make a motion to approve their work plan since we took consent?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
Would you like to make that motion?
Sure, so moved.
Second from Karen. Any discussion further on MTAC's work plan? All right, all in favor? Can I see a raise of hands? That usually helps me. Ben, is that a yes from you?
Aye from Ben.
Yes,
Okay.
from
Sarah. So I believe it's unanimous. Yeah, there, I saw the other hands. Great. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike, for being with us tonight.
Sure enough.
John Mooney, I believe that you are next.
Thank you. And I'm going to,
Comprehensive Plan Task Force update and land use.
right. And I'm going to be very quick tonight.
Time him, Christina, time him.
Exactly. And I want to tell everyone that in the board packet, and it will be in the minutes, I trust, you have a written report. So I'm going to skip a lot of it. A lot of it is important, but it's background. I will tell you that the last meeting was September 14th. I'll summarize that in a bit. The next meetings are September 30th, October 13th, and October 26th. They are all done, and the full list is on the Fairfax County webpage. At the September 14th meeting, we are getting closer to approving the task force topic areas, as they're called. And those are the areas that we're going to focus on, and that's where most of the changes that happen in the comprehensive plan revision will happen. We're also very close to finishing planning principles, and we really, and largely a credit to the folks involved in our land use coordinating group, gave a lot of good principles which found their ways into the draft principles. I want to especially give a shout out to Michelle Kimmel and Jennifer Juszczyk for adding a new planning principle, which is in some cities, I believe San Francisco's one, which focuses on facilities in the community that support and foster integrated human health. And it's becoming, it's happening in some trend-setting communities, and that is now one of our planning principles. And as Mike alluded to, last week there was a review of the Reston transportation issues. Again, we brought up the concern that they've done that the Fairfax County DOT, Department of Transportation, has done modeling of the TSA, the transit station areas, to predict what the impact of new TSA development will have on the TSAs. They did not model the areas outside the TSAs, and we emphasized again, and they acknowledged that that is something that needs to be done. So I'm going to stop there. On the next 2 pages, you have the link to the Fairfax County website, which has a lot of materials. And on the very last page, you have the activities that Larry and I, as your representatives on the task force, are doing, and also a link to the RA webpage about the comp plan review, and also a member's comment question email address. If you have any questions about this review or any concerns, send us an email at that email address and we'll respond. Thank you.
John, could I add one thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is Larry. So I just want to remind people that the September 30th meeting, the 2 subjects of that meeting are going to be open space and public art. And so those are 2 things that are near and dear to the Reston community. So for those who want to listen in, those are right now, those are the scheduled 2 topic areas for that meeting.
Thanks, Larry.
Any questions from the other directors on what John shared with us on our participation in the land use community comprehensive plan? No?
Yes. Hi, Julie. Yes, I have one.
Mike, please.
John, I think you said that the list is still being hashed out. The list of topics, rather, is being hashed out. Can you let us know kind of what's on the table?
I can. Let me get my file.
Uh-oh. I might be sorry I asked.
I'll give you generically.
Yeah, just generically, John.
Mostly about transportation issues. It's about housing issues, affordable housing. It's about, I mentioned a new area of health. It's about, help me, Larry. One of them is, in fact, many of the points were points made by Reston Association. We want to make sure that infrastructure is built in tandem with development, not lagging too far behind. That's one of the areas. Another area is a concern about it's a concern about like what's going to happen in the Reston, what is it? Larry, help me here.
Right. Well, so like there's economic diversity, mobility. I'm not sure which one you were focused on right there.
Yeah, the Reston Town Center North.
Right.
That's a concern.
Right.
So that's, I can give you a full list, Mike, but off the top of my head and off the top of Larry's head, those are
Those are the main ones.
Got it. Yeah, about what you'd expect. Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's no more comments. I believe the next item on our agenda is an executive session on contractual matters and violation matters for the 60 plus participants that are with us tonight. That section of our agenda tonight is expected to last about 10 minutes. So we'll go into a breakout session and return probably in about 10 minutes, assuming I have a motion to move into executive session.
So moved.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Second came from Tom, I think I heard. Oh, Mike, well, you get the next one, Mike. Or did you have a question? I can't hear you now. You went on mute. Okay. All in favor? Oh, maybe he was raising his hands to vote. Yes. Off to executive session.
Aye from Van.
Great, Van and Sarah, thank you very much. And I see unanimous. So off we go, folks. We'll be back shortly.
Hello, this is Tom.
Hi, Tom. I was just trying to make sure that was you. Thank you. Hi, I just wanted to let everybody know that the board says there'll probably be another 10 to 15 minutes in executive session. Um, Actually, sorry, that's 15 to 20 minutes. So bear with us, please. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Okay, are we all back? Oh, we have lots more people joining us. Nice. Okay. Hi, everybody. We're coming right back to our full board meeting. And I have a couple things to make motions for. Mr. Mooney, did you wish to do the certification motion, or shall I read it for you? All right, I'm going to read it. I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a pending contractual and violation nature were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during executive session. May I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Ben. And all in favor of that motion? Mr. Mooney got it, and Ben and Sarah, I heard Sarah, and Ben seconded it, so.
Aye from Ben.
All right. I move to accept the legal committee report and recommendations as reviewed in our executive session. May I have a second on that? Second from Karen Anton. All in favor of that motion?
Aye from Ben.
Aye from Ben. Sarah? Sarah, Ben? I got Ben. Need Sarah's voice.
Aye from Sarah.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. I move that after a competitive bidding process and in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement, that we approve the IT support agreement with Red River as presented in executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Petrine, and all in favor?
Aye.
From Sarah.
Sarah, aye. Ben,
Aye from Ben.
Thank you very much. Right, moving right along. We are on quarterly IT update.
Madam Chair, my internet cut out. Did we ratify the decision reached in executive session as it pertains to the risk analysis?
I understood that we did not need to ratify that direction, but I certainly am happy to have you state the motion for us, for me.
Well, to be clear, any decision reached in executive session is not binding until a motion is taken in open session. And I believe I heard Mr. Collins make a motion to ratify the decision reached in executive session as it pertains to the risk analysis.
Sorry, Tony, that must have been another director, because it was my understanding that the CEO didn't need approval of the board to take the action that we discussed.
I apparently am incorrect. It might.
Yes, I thought the vote of confidence at this, we were good.
That was informal. It was an informal counting of noses.
Okay. So can we yield the floor to Clara on her quarterly IT update?
Yes, I'm here. Julie, back. Are we going to share the screen, Christina, or do I need to share my screen?
Either way, would you like me to?
Yes, please. Thank you. So, hi, everyone. Good evening to all the folks who are new and have not met me before. I'm Clara William. I'm the IT director for Reston Association, and this session I'm going to provide the quarterly update. Next slide. So, some updates that happened in the past quarter. One of the big things that happened was the RA website. The RA website, as you all know, www.reston.org was running on an old platform, code platform and server that was causing a lot of issues and pain. So that server was decided to be shut down. And now the new website, www.reston.org, is running on a cloud hosting platform. So the old server was on an on-premises, and now we are on a cloud hosting platform. So all the issues of, website crashing, server going bad, or, all that is gone. So now we are on a cloud hosting platform. So that was a major good news for us, to go in the forward direction with the cloud technology. And the new website is on Squarespace with a very low monthly subscription cost. And the website was built with all internal skills, utilizing the internal skills from the marketing and communications team. So this has been a very positive for us, and it's continuing to grow and develop. And we've gotten some positive feedbacks. We've not heard any, things like the website is not good, or, it has issues. So it's continuing to be developed. So that's the update that we did on the third quarter. The other thing that we also did on the third quarter is, as you all know, that the IT infrastructure that with Reston Association is not healthy. There are server issues, there are host issues, there are data issues, because it's old and it's on premises. So what we've started 2 projects to move all of those to the cloud technology, Microsoft Cloud Solutions, and we are using a combination of SaaS, IaaS, and PaaS. And what those means is we are, in some cases, we are lifting the entire infrastructure to the cloud and hosting it and keeping it there until we go to the business team finds a cloud solution. And then PaaS is like, databases that are important and critical. We're using the SQL PaaS. And then SaaS is, like Microsoft 365 and SharePoint, we're using SaaS solutions. So those 2 projects have been kicked off and they are in progress. And we have a project plan, and we are going through the design, development, testing, and deployment stage. So right now it's in design phases, both of the projects. The design phases will be going on for the next couple of weeks. So those are that project was something we started in the third quarter. And then another thing that happened in the third quarter is keeping 2021 assessment in view. Member Suite has been configured for the 2021 assessments, and a soft launch was done on September 1st for taking Member Suite payment transactions. So those were the major updates from IT that happened in the third quarter. Upcoming tasks and upcoming things for the fourth quarter until the end of the year is the major focus is to complete these cloud projects, completely transition and move all of the on-premises data, applications, and to the cloud. So that will have both of the digital transformation and content migration. What outcome of these 2 projects will be that all the old servers and hardware will be shut down. There will be no more on-premise. There will be, everything will be moved to the cloud. So we are working on those 2, and both the projects are in design phase, as I said, and September and October, they will be in the build, and we're targeting to complete all of this by November 15th or before Thanksgiving. Hopefully it should be done. The progress has been good. And so by Thanksgiving, we should be out of all of these hardware and, servers that are, having a lot of issues. So that is what is upcoming for major 2020, the next quarter focus. And also, I know I got emails from some of the board of director members on looking into Microsoft Teams for the virtual meetings. So I have been, myself and my team, we've been looking into that. We've already done some feature analysis on Microsoft Teams. So there are pros and there are cons, and we are going to present that to the board and to our CEO to make a determination how we want to go. So those are some of the key updates on IT.
Lara, this is John Mooney.
If I may ask one question, because I don't understand this stuff very much at all. So the second bullet in the last section, the upcoming IT tasks for 2020, the migration from Office 365 to Microsoft OneDrive, will that have any interface implications for those of us who are still using Microsoft Office? Will we have to make changes in order to interface with share documents with RA headquarters?
No, if you already have, I have to look into what is for the board of director members. So if you have already a reston.org account, then we will create separate channels and secure spaces for you to get access to the document. So you will not have much of a impact on your side. We have to just turn on and create separate workspaces and channels on SharePoint, dedicated, folders, and that has only access to the board of director materials, and you will have access to that. So you will not have an impact on your side.
But for example, if I send a Microsoft Word or Microsoft Excel document from my computer to RA, or vice versa, they do something from Microsoft OneDrive, is that going to? No problem. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Laura, right now, the documents that are in Dropbox are somewhat limited.
Mm-hmm.
You have a schedule for repopulating Dropbox, or are you going to use OneDrive?
Good question. Yes, we will move to OneDrive. So that will be like after this project is done. So we one bridge at a time. So hopefully I will come up with a plan by the end of this year in December or early January. That is there in the pipeline to move all of the items from Dropbox into a newly designed SharePoint site. We'll get to that very soon after these projects is done.
Wonderful. Any other questions of Clara?
At the moment.
Sounds like you've made great progress with some difficult challenges put forth before you this year.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, I did have one more question. Is this the type of work that Red River is assisting you with?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. No more questions of Clara. We'll see you again in a couple months, I'm sure. And next, Chris, up for our quarterly, no, not quarterly, our capital projects update. I know you got a lot on your plate tonight. So take it away.
Stina, could you bring up the slides, please?
And is it okay if we ask questions as we go along on your part? Because I think they're pretty,
Sure.
okay. I don't know if we can wait to the end.
There we go. All right, as Julie mentioned, I'm here to give you a brief overview of the Q3 capital projects. Next slide. So as always, I always tell everyone to please reference the 2020 capital projects map. You can find this on the RA webpage under the capital department section. It's an interactive Google map. It shows all the active, scheduled, and completed 2020 projects. You can navigate through the map, click on different projects, get a brief synopsis and some pictures of each one. So when in doubt, if you ever have a question of what's going on in your neighborhood, just go onto this map and take a look. Next slide. So I wanted to give you just sort of an overall count and status of where we are with the capital projects. So thus far, we've completed 45, 37 are in progress, 11 are currently deferred. A couple of those include the Browns Chapel Yurt, the Lake House Floating Dock, and the Lake Ann Dam. We have 11 carry forwards currently. Those include the website redesign, the Running Cedar Ball Field, and the Lake Ann boat rental fleet. 3 projects have been officially canceled. Those include the Hook Road Multipurpose Court recapping. Following some geotechnical evaluation and further eval, we determined that recap wasn't necessary at this time, so just a color coding and crack repair is all that's needed. And the other 2 projects are what Clara just mentioned. Since we're moving to a cloud-based system, the servers we had scheduled for replacement this year are no longer necessary. So those 2 projects have also been canceled. And then lastly, we have 14 projects we currently have scheduled to get underway before the end of the year. Next slide. Could you zoom out a little bit there, Christina? It's hard to see all of it. There we go. Just as a capital budget snapshot of the overall budget. So of the $6.6 million, we have executed 2.8 million of it. We estimated completion about 6.2 million. And so that leaves us with another 3.4 million to complete. We're currently projecting a favorable variance of $362,000 and a projected carry forward of $1.7 million into 2021. So the bulk of that carry forward and bulk of that is the carry forwards and deferreds, which include the tennis projects, Lake Ann Dam, the website redevelopment, and Running Cedar Ball Field renovation. And to give you a comparison, in 2019, we executed a total of $2.6 million. So with 3 full months left in the year, we're about $200,000 ahead. And we also carried forward 2.2 million in 2019, and we're currently at 1.7. So we're on track right now to be far ahead of that as well. And in total, we're projecting about 4.5 million in total spend for 2020.
Chris,
yes.
On the first item, you mentioned that we have carry forward and deferred Hook Road, Newport, Autumnwood Lake website. Can you share why they're carry forward or deferred, or is that further down in your presentation?
No, I can do a quick explanation. So the Browns Chapel yurt was denied by the DRB. So at this time, there really isn't any actual plan for that until we either reassign it or we cancel it. The Lake House floating dock, again, it's another item that's going to require some DRB evaluation, and it's going to require some more time, I think, than we probably have this year to get it underway. The website redesign is just getting at its beginning stages. So we may get some of it spent this year, but the bulk of it will probably be carried forward into next year. And the same thing kind of goes for the Lake Ann boat rental fleet. If you haven't noticed, buying sports equipment right now is extraordinarily difficult, being that everyone's trying to get outside and exercise. So we can't even get the equipment in right now before the end of the year because everything is basically sold out.
And the tennis projects?
And the tennis projects, Lake Newport, we've decided to push out a bit further. We're going to defer that project out. There's a few more elements we need to evaluate, and we may need to actually expand that scope of work after some of the footer evaluations we did on the light poles. And then for Hook Road and Autumnwood, we'll likely get a portion of that project done this year, but there will probably be a large portion of it carried forward into next year just because of weather. The weather is quickly approaching us in the cold temperatures, and you really can't pour concrete or asphalt very effectively once you start getting close to freezing.
Great, thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Chris, just,
yes.
Am I reading this correctly that on a dollar basis, our project completion this year is projected to have increased more than 70% over last year's?
So you mean going from a 2.6 million spend to a
4.5? I mean, that's what that says.
Yes, that's what we're currently projecting right now. Now, there's still a few caveats with that in terms of weather and any unforeseen circumstances, but we're on track to hit about a 4.5 million spend.
That's quite an achievement. Congratulations.
It's been a hard year for our team, but we've been pushing through it. Any other questions? Okay, Christina, go to the next slide, please. So a couple key projects. One is the phase 2 pool project. So 2 of the 6 have been completed. Tall Oaks shower tile and bathroom partitions are complete. The new bridge work will begin here, I believe, the first or second week of October. I just spoke with the contractor today. So that includes the floor coating, shower tile, bathroom partitions, and the bathroom fixtures. So you can kind of see the transition of Tall Oaks there in the bottom 3 images. And then the top right one is the current condition of the new bridge partitions that will also be replaced and look very similar to what was installed at Tall Oaks. Next slide. Another key project is North Shore. As you know, this year we did not open North Shore. That was even before we had COVID restrictions. So the main and wading pool plaster renovations are fully complete. The Charleston wading pool concrete deck work is also complete. And the concrete deck and stairs for the main pool are also complete. So the only remaining items we have there are the bathhouse interior upgrades and the interior and exterior fencing. There's still a few more sections to complete there. Next slide. So just kind of giving you a Q4 capital projects outlook. So we have some phase 3 pool projects, which include Lake Newport concrete deck, as well as a few other electrical projects. The Lake Audubon spillway trash rack and valves are due to replace. And the Hook Road and Audubon tennis projects we hope to have underway. And just as a heads up to the board, if there is in fact a special board meeting being held in early October, I will have 3 contracts for your review if possible. If we could establish an executive session, they would be for the pathway paving, some parking lot repaving, and then the tennis projects for Autumnwood and Hook Road. So any questions before I move on to Lake Throw? Okay, so tonight I'm going to give you.
I wasn't fast enough on my button. I have a quick.
Sure.
Well, you know what I'm going to ask you. I know it's not a key project, but are we looking at still this year or next year for the Butterfly Meadow overlook?
So we've been speaking with an engineer about some of the details regarding that, and we have a few updates that Larry and I will actually want to talk to you about very soon. We may need to perhaps look at maybe a different layout for that, but we'll talk a bit more on that. But we're still hoping to try to get something underway this year, though.
Okay, great, thanks.
I have a question.
Sure.
Sorry for being late. I was over by the Hook Road tennis courts recently and noticed a couple of trees have ribbons around them. Is there going to be removals in order to do the tennis court renovation, or is that from some other mechanism?
So that was actually me. I was flagging a couple of trees for our arborist crews to take a look at for pruning. There's a few of those branches that are kind of overhanging in towards the court area. So I just wanted to make it easy for them to identify to then, evaluate and then trim them back if possible. Okay, thanks. I just had a terrible vision pop into my head of removing them so that we could get construction equipment in. And thanks for clarifying. I appreciate that. No problem. Any other questions?
Okay, so we on to the Thoreau pool?
I think so.
All right.
So tonight I have Jeff and Ron with Kimley Horn with me to kind of talk through some of the details concerning the project, but I kind of want to give you a quick overview here of what the project was about. So the project scope was to hold community meetings and gather community input and to generate 2 conceptual designs to be reviewed by the membership. Then we would also use that to generate a rough order magnitude of the project. So some key factors in its design are the core focus was to nothing fancy, just get it done. And to make sure that it was accessible and to bring in the modern code requirements, to limit the environmental impact, and to incorporate some key elements, which were the spa and the lake view. So go to the next slide. And I'll kick it off here to Ron and Jeff with Kimley Horn. Christine, you can unmute them for me.
Sure. Is that Jeff Holzer?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I think we're waiting. Chris, I think we're waiting to get unmuted here.
We can hear you.
Okay. Jeff, are you ready to go? Okay. I'll just charge in. This is concept 1 as presented to the community. It is really based on the existing footprint of the site, and we made a 0 depth entry wading pool And mind you, as I talk about these items, I want to make sure I want to be clear that this is based on significant public comment and public meetings and some great input, actually. We did increase the size of so there's a zero depth wading pool instead of the deep cut location that exists today. We increased the size of the parking based on the Fairfax County Code, which we're still going to look into a little bit. The bathhouse also is increased to attain ADA access so that it's brought to current code. And then we also looked at elevating the entirety of the pool deck to one level. That would give us greater deck space at the pool level, but also reducing the impervious area, because what we're going to do on the lakeside is actually build a deck that's a wooden deck that's attached to the pool deck, so that there's an observation platform that looks out over the pool. And actually that deck looks straight down, almost straight down the entirety of the axis of Lake Thoreau. You want to go to option 2, please? Option 2, we felt like we needed to show a total kind of a change, a complete change. This was a much more aggressive scheme that completely changed the site. We moved the parking lot, as you can tell, comparing it to the site, to the image on the right. We separated the zero depth entry from, as a wading pool, expanded the deck space. We also moved the pool house closer to the road. This was, as in a more aggressive scheme, it also entailed more cost. The great preference was for scheme 1. As we looked at these, we were asked to prepare estimates for scheme 1 and 2. And so what we did was, we have an extensive history doing aquatic centers. We have consultants that have done the same. And so we looked at other pool, they're industry experts essentially. And so we did that. We came up with, I want to emphasize that these are concept level costs, because we have to do some further engineering work to get some better refined numbers. But both concepts, they have in common that they bring the facility up to county and federal ADA codes. Concept 1, clearly, because it's basically a replacement in place, requires significantly less site work and bathhouse modifications in concept 2. And then we also included, because it's a concept level cost estimate, a contingency of approximately 25%. In each of these, I think you can see on the numbers here that we're in the scheme 1, or concept 1 was in the 3.5 range. Concept 2 was in the 4.5 range. We'll go to the next slide. Questions first before we go to the next slide?
Let me ask this. Your name is Ron, is it?
Yes, sir.
What are the, do they have different maintenance implications, these two designs? Would one be more costly to maintain? Have you contemplated that question yet?
You know, that's a great question, because one of the principles of the way we think at Kimley Horn is not just about design, but it's about operating, because we believe that the greatest cost of a project is actually not building it, but it's operating and maintaining it over time. We didn't see a significant difference in each of these, because although the parts are moved around in different places on the site, they're actually, the components are actually the same.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, Chris.
I'll take it from here.
Okay, sure.
Can I go back and ask a question about trees on either of those?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think we covered trees.
Sure.
I know that it's a pretty shady pool site today.
It is. And you know, that's an amazing thing, because when the pool was first built, there were no trees. And it was
The squirrels planted acorns?
pretty much in the last, since the early 80s when the pool was built, the vegetation has grown up around the pool. We found some wonderful pictures of the pool when it was first built. and it was pretty much a barren landscape at the edge of the lake. As the trees have grown up, they've of course shaded the pool as well. One of the things that really drove the way we thought about this was we actually did a sun and shade study to determine what parts of the deck, what parts of the pool were going to get the most sun at high season for pool use. What we found was actually the center of the pool, the almost dead
Back a
center.
slide.
Pardon me?
Christina, can you go back
Sure.
a slide or
Yeah,
two?
why don't you go back to the one, there you go, that'd be great. Or maybe to concept one. What we found was that almost dead center in the middle of the 25-yard, or the lap lanes, was actually where the most sun occurred. And that was due to shading of existing trees around the site. So that said, clearly option 2, because it is a significant rearrangement of the whole site, will have greater impact on the existing vegetation. Option 1, we're going to do our best to keep as much of the mature vegetation as possible. There is also some significant invasive species around there, which I think we would take the opportunity of construction to remove.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see the difference on the trees with the two
Yeah.
concepts.
Yeah, and you know, there's an interesting part. Gentleman asked about operations related to this. It is an advantage to keep trees back from the pool deck and from the pool because of leaf drop and other matter, acorns, things like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Have you evaluated the condition of the bathhouse? And the reason I ask is in renovation, often it may be cheaper to tear the bathhouse down and start all over than to try to renovate it, bring it back to code.
Mr. Petrine, that's exactly what we're going to do. We found that, and it's just like renovating an old building. It's oftentimes costs more, exactly as you said, to renovate an existing building than scrape it and rebuild it. And so that's our initial interpretation of what we're going to do. Interestingly, it's not just the architecture; it's also the mechanical system inside, the plumbing system.
Yeah. So, but basically, the footprint is kind of the same. It's kind of the same place, right?
Yes, generally in the same place. It will get slightly larger because there
Well,
are more significant
little.
mechanical and plumbing systems,
Yeah.
and we have to bring it up to code, especially for ADA. So
Right.
there are more clearances required, and you know, to get around inside the building.
And losing the diving board, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It just visually, it looks like the spa is going to be, well, it's a different shape, but it looks like it ultimately will be smaller, or is that just?
It's approximately the same size. The logic of moving it, though, I think is important. Currently, there is a separate pump for the spa, as most of you know. We felt it an economic advantage and an operational advantage to move the spa closer to the building so that you would not have such a long run with warm water, but also it would reduce the amount of utilities running across the site and beneath the pool. So that's one of the reasons why it's up closer to the new building.
And that's the oval up by the pool house in concept 1, and before it was down by the lake.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And if I remember, you had to step down to get to the spa.
That's correct. You step down a few steps, and that is not a compliant, ADA compliant condition. So in this case, it's level. So if you think about it, the spa is about where the kiddie pool is today.
Yeah. And the kiddie pool is eliminated, but we have a 0 depth wading pool that
Yes.
can be used.
Yes, and we felt like a 0 depth wading pool could also be used for things like water aerobics and water
It
exercise.
certainly helps the handicap, right, in terms of getting into.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it also gives the advantage for differing age groups to access the water and be a part of that experience.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Ron, given the disruption in production worldwide of various building materials because of COVID and because of the deteriorating trade relation between China and the US, are we facing in a construction like this any vulnerability to rising material costs?
Yes, of course. I mean, I think that's industry. We're our firm is experiencing that industry wide, and that's part of the combination of this 25% contingency involved. I will share with you how we derive these numbers, might be informative. Just as a little background first, our office in Reston, Virginia has been here for 20 years. We've completed about 13,000 projects in the state of Virginia, 1,500 in Northern Virginia alone. And we're right at Commerce Metro Center, actually. Just we walk to the site when we go on site visits. But the cost calculation, as I said, is initial concept level costs in a volatile market. But we estimated the construction costs based on 20 recently developed bids over 3 years for roadway work and land development projects, which we have been working on, all of similar scale to Thoreau Pool. And then the bids were based on work that's been done in Fairfax, Loudoun, and Arlington. So we kept it Nova-centric. And then we also compared the prices to Virginia DOT unit prices, which we had their pricing documents. So that was a way for us to verify that. We also further verified these numbers using Fairfax County's unit price documents, what they use also for general construction. And then we also confirmed them based on our own takeoffs of quantities of materials. So that was all built together. And then we had our pool consultant also do an independent cost analysis of this too. So we feel like in our pool cost, what we don't have a fix on is, as you said, the unpredictability of the market right now. And yeah. I would hope that if someone does, that they're in a different business able to do that.
Become our investment advisors.
Absolutely. And I'd like to talk to them as well.
Yeah.
So yes, it does. And as a part of that, we're constructing a retaining wall that is runs about 50% of the way up the parking lot along the side where the zero depth entry is. But that wall also runs along the entirety of the lakefront and then turns another distance about the width of the pool. So that wall is approximately 400 feet in length. And the objective of that is to get a level deck, pool deck, so that we don't have the number of variations in level which are present today that are not accessible.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask a very obvious question. I guess then the big addition to the cost of this pool is the retaining wall.
It is a component of the big cost, yes.
Okay.
But it is also leveling out I mean, it's necessary to level out the site to make it accessible. As you see those chaise lounges in the drawing there and that overlook to the lake, there's nothing underneath that.
Mm-hmm.
There's land. That's correct.
We do have a dock of sorts over there currently. So
yes.
Ron, what % of the cost would you attribute to grading and retaining wall?
I don't have the numbers immediately in front of me, but I would estimate that it's probably 25%.
Okay.
Roughly, okay. Just one other note about the hand-carried boats. We have this great thought that we could, someone could kayak to the pool.
Yeah.
Go to the pool and then get back in their personal craft and go home.
Karen might be interested in that.
Absolutely. And we'd like to make the argument to the county also that perhaps would influence the parking numbers as well.
Mm-hmm.
One last question, and then I will
Sure.
stop. And that's, how much does the retention of the spa add to the overall cost of the project? And very high level.
I'd say about 10%.
Okay.
We can give you more specific numbers. I'm doing this a little bit from memory.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Ron, and
Right.
I know from some queries I've made about whether or not that is something that could be added. So many of our members, you know, the attractiveness of this pool was for lap lanes.
Yes.
And those who swim laps kind of like to be able to do it more than just 3 months out of the year outside. I know you haven't included that in this conceptual design. Didn't quite make it high enough in the priority list perhaps. And I think members were concerned about expressing interest that would somehow keep us from doing, you know, this 50-year-old pool overhaul by adding expenses that were not there, you know, just give us what we had. But personally, that is something that I would be interested in knowing, and I have mentioned this to Chris and Larry and Hank, it's not something new, but I just throw that out there in case you do end up being asked that question.
Okay.
It's out there. I know we don't have gas accessed at that site today, but an electrical heating of pools is very expensive. But it would give us perhaps some additional months that people could use the pool and enjoy that
Sure.
pool. I kind of feel if we're gonna do it, let's do it right. It's you know, we only get how many chances at pool replacement and enhancement, and you've already kind of addressed by pulling the deck up, perhaps some multi-use with lake optimization folks are interested in that aspect. And I think it was Aaron tonight raised one that I thought was quite interesting in their member comments about, is there a way that we could perhaps make it so that the observation deck or use of perhaps that heightened view of the lake might be more than just when the pool itself was open. So that might be a slight design change that could still be done, since this is conceptual. And obviously we still have to take it to our DRB, assuming we get approval to go forward. So there's always changes as we go along, but still I like what you've shared with us thus far in terms of things that you've been able to incorporate into this design.
I appreciate the comment. I also want to apologize to the board. I just realized I have not had my video on. I feel very
You thought you had a
impersonal
bad hair day.
I feel very impersonal having done that. So my apologies. You know, that's a great comment about the heated part of the pool and extending the season. One of the challenges when you do community pools like this is the cost of the things you don't see. And one of those is the mechanical system, the water system, and the filtration system. So we'll definitely keep that in mind. Appreciate the comment very much.
I'm sorry.
I have a quick question.
Yes, please, Sarah. I was going to say I'm monopolizing the questions. Please go.
And Chris and Ron, you've probably thought of this already. With the zero entry in the concept 1 versus the zero entry in concept 2, this is the mom coming out. What happens with a soiled diaper situation? Is one better than the other?
Wow. I'm going to defer that as an operating question to the Reston Association.
The whole pool, or,
Or maybe to Mr. Petrine.
So, yes.
I think Hank or Larry should address that one.
So coming from a pool operator, you know, service technician for many, many years, I mean, yes, there are a few inherent issues having a singular body of water connected for the zero depth pool. They would operate similar circulation systems and share the same water. So yes, if one was soiled one portion was soiled, the rest of the pool itself would also have to be, continued for its desanitation. And in concept 2, it is separated. So that would likely have a separate filtration system, but that also adds cost because now you're running separate lines, separate pumps, separate circulatory systems. So there is a benefit, but there's also very much an added cost for that.
Thank you.
This is Larry. I would also add that, the difficulty there too, with this being one of the accessible routes to get into the main pool basin, it would disrupt that as well.
Other questions?
This is for Chris and not the Kimley Horn fellows. I know, I believe that 350,000 was in the 2020 budget for the Lake Thorold pool. How much of that has been expended to date? And
Off the top of my head, but it's less than 100,000.
Okay.
Don't know the exact figure on the top of my head.
Great. Thanks. Thank you.
Julie, do we need a decision before this goes to DRB, or can it go to DRB and can they weigh in on both concepts too?
We're still at the conceptual, so we on other projects, typically you do bring conceptual in before you go, real far. It's more informational advisory. Larry and Chris might be able to share that as well. But I don't think that the DRB review wouldn't impact us deciding whether we should go forward or not in terms of replacing that pool there. But Larry or Chris, you want to share?
Yeah, that's correct, Julie. Typically what we do, we take, a concept plan like this, get feedback from the DRB, what kind of tweaks they might want to it. But based upon the community input thus far and what we know of the costs, concept 1 is the clear leader in this going forward. That doesn't mean there can't be tweaks to it. We've heard some comments here, Sarah's comment about the split pool basin, that impacts other aspects of the kind of program design of the pool as well. But, I think in this situation, we would want the board to be comfortable with the concept, take it to the DRB, not unlike what we did with the Hunters Woods ball field, essentially, and then go from there.
Okay, are we ready for Chris to keep going? For the guys to keep going? No more questions on the slides we're on so far? Okay. Chris, Ron, Jeff?
Sure.
No questions from me.
Happy to advance the slides.
So just kind of touching on the capital project life cycle. So this is an approved life cycle that the board had, implemented several years back to kind of focus in on the larger scale projects. So you have different phases between project initiation, planning and scoping, design architecture, estimation, implementation, and then evaluation at the very end. And between each one of the phases are key decision points. So in 2019, the board approved KDP 0, which was the project initiation into planning and scoping. And so we are currently at the phase where we're just at the KDP 1 decision point. And until the board authorizes that next KDP, we have not included it in the 2021 budget at this time. So this is some initial information that we're going to go into a lot more detail, I believe, at the potential future special board meeting we'll have on this subject. But I wanted to kind of go through some of this information for the good of the order. It was also shared during the fiscal committee meeting. So Larry and I worked up 3 different scenarios here just for the board's digestion to kind of look over. So The first option was a 50-50 budget split. So the estimated cost of concept one, which is generally speaking is the most accepted by the public, is between 2.9 and 3.5 million. So we estimate that another 3.1 million is necessary beyond the 350K that's been allocated, and that equates us to about a $3.4 million total spend. And so we're kind of going with the high side of the current estimate for now, just for estimation purposes. In this scenario, 1.6 would be funded in 21 and 1.5 would be funded in 2022. And we believe this closely aligns with the engineering construction timeline that you would likely face, assuming we were given approval of KDP 1. So what you see in this aggregated table is what the project, the capital budget would look like for that year, with a total spend of 3.4 million in 2021. Next slide. So to give you kind of an outlook into what it does to the 10-year average when we perform this exercise. So in 21, we have a capital budget of 3.4, like I mentioned, and we would then therefore have a 10-year average of 3.1 million. So that would be effectively your annual contribution. And then in 2021, we would have a projected ending account balance for the RRF of 3.1 million, which is projected to be about $257,000 below the minimum balance. Now, there is some interpretation to this graph that you see next to it. So the green line is your expenses for the year. The red dashed line is your minimum balance. The purple line just below it is the 10-year average, which is directly correlated to the minimum balance. And then orange line is the projected ending account balance for RRF. Now, there's some timing involved with this.
And RRF, for some of the members who are on tonight, that acronym stands for and means?
Oh, the Repair Replacement Reserve Fund. So this is a fund that is focused just on existing assets, so not new things, but existing things.
Okay, thank you.
Would fall under this category as being an existing asset. So there's some timing involved, like I said, with the projected ending balance. And this assumes that all of the expenses that are allocated to that year are expensed in that year. So all the projects are completed in the year that they're funded, rather than being, a carry forward. Now, we've always traditionally had carry forwards, but we've been doing better from year to year at actually bringing that number down. So kind of look at that ending balance as just sort of not necessarily a for sure type of situation, but a possible situation of where
the orange line.
That orange line, yes.
Is there any way, Christina, you can make that graphic a little bigger? Or does it screw up the whole slide?
Is that better?
That helps me. Hope it helps my other board directors. Okay, keep going. Sorry, Chris.
The next slide, I might have to zoom back out again.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't realize you were on the next slide.
So just for comparison purposes, we wanted to show what would happen if you eliminated the project out of the budget just to see the difference between them. So in this scenario, it's removed completely from the 21 and 22 budgets. And therefore it would reduce next year's budget to about $1.8 million. And this is obviously far lower than we typically ever have as a capital budget. So you would obviously need to sort of rebalance it by pushing some projects back into play and moving some things around to then get it back to more of a normal, expense rate from year to year.
Because normally we run about 3 mil. Is that what I'm?
Approximately, yeah. Depends from year to year, but yeah, it's at least 3 mil.
Uh-huh.
Next slide. So again, as a comparison, you can see that our 10-year average would then reduce down to a 2.79 million, which would be the contribution for that year. And the account balance would be 4.4 million, which is actually 1.4 above the minimum balance rather than anywhere below. And then in 2022, that 10-year average is 2.9, and then the minimum balance is we're still above it by $1.2 million. So there's definitely some fluctuations, but generally speaking, you stay above the threshold. Next slide. Now this is where we did some very conceptual thinking, and Larry and I performed an exercise just from some new information that we've been gathering and experience we just had with Lake Throw. So in this scenario, we split the budget for Lake Throw between the 2 years at 1.6 and 21, 1.5 and 22. And then in addition to that, we update any major future projects with new probable costs that are based on a couple of assumptions. This includes that the renovations will not be in a like-for-like fashion. We will not be putting them back exactly as they are.
Okay.
Facilities will be brought up to ADA code compliance and modern design codes by Fairfax County. And these estimates are best guess. We have not, it obviously require a lot more, design work and conceptuals to actually get some solid numbers, but we at least looked at the initial numbers that the reserve study had and just sort of tweaked them to what we think is probably more realistic. And to give you an idea,
the list of the ones coming up,
pardon?
The major ones you list there are the ones kind of coming up.
Correct. Yeah, these are what are currently forecast in the reserve study as projects that are coming up between 2022 and 2031. And you've got, Ridge Heights Pool is up for renovation, like Newport Tennis, Shadowwood Pool, Glade Tennis, Audubon Pool, Newbridge, Shadowwood, Newbridge Tennis, and Tall Oaks Pool. And the reason why you're seeing a lot of these projects so closely together is because they were all built at or around the same time. And so as a result, you're having multiple facilities that are all coming up for renovations at or around the same time. And this is really based upon, kind of industry standards for pool life expectancies. And this was, performed by DMA, who was the reserve study analyst, and said that, on average, you'll probably get between 40 and 50 years out of most of your facilities. And a lot of our facilities are nearing that 40, 50 year age mark. So hence why there's a lot of them showing up. Now, do we actually have to do all these facilities? That's up to interpretation, especially the community needs. And that's why the facilities working group is going to be a major influencer into some of this. But in all, we could safely assume there's going to be some major projects coming down the pike that we're going to need to be aware of and start planning for. So next slide. So doing the same exercise, we then show what would happen if we do the 50-50 split with Lake Throw, and we make some updated cost projections on these other major projects. The budgets climbed to 3.4 and up to as high as $5.8 million in 2022. And the 10-year average jumps to 3.4 and 3.45. And the RRR account balances dropped to 3.4 and 1.1. And this is concerning because, potentially, and again, there's some timing things involved with this, is that in 2023, we actually go in the red. We actually go below the actual accounts balance, and we'll be, over debt in that one, and then we don't come back out of it until 2027. So there's going to be a lot more information that's going to be delved into in the potential future meeting we have planned to go over some of these budget scenarios. There'll be some suggested recommendations on how to move forward with it, and kind of giving the board an opportunity to dive into it a bit deeper. Any questions?
Can I make an observation? I think this slide is the most realistic way to look at the next decade. This is not a schedule, but it's a projection. And as Chris said, it is based on construction standards and useful lives of pools. And as we can see with the Lake Thoreau pool, it hit its 40th anniversary, which is, when you consider the site that it was built on, it lasted a good deal longer than probably anybody could imagine. But that is the cost of attached to having the pools that we do. And I'm not suggesting anything negative about moving away from them, but we are at a point where we are in the renovation mode. We're not building anything any longer. We're now having to incur the cost attendant to keeping things operable and usable, much more so than we have ever done before.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
point of order. It is now 9:28. Resolution 1, we require a motion to extend time for this meeting.
Okay. So noted. Are there any more questions of Chris? At this point, I want to remind everyone that we have scheduled a special board meeting on October 8th to focus on our capital projects funding and process. We're planning to review the current projects forecasting funding process. We're going to review the current reserve study, its use and identifiable gaps, major capital assets, financial impact, of similar depth and breadth on future budgets and assessment. We're going to talk about the charter and role of the Recreation Facilities Working Group. We'll look again at the Lake Thoreau Pool Project and its impact on our future budgets, and consider some recommendations from staff for new funding options. So that is on October 8th. I just wanted to remind folks that that is, planned and as part of our deliberation of this process. So if there's not any more questions, no, I see that there are. Darn it. Were you going to suggest we extend the meeting, John or Aaron?
I will make that suggestion. I'll move that we extend the meeting to 11:15.
All right. Do I have a second? Second from Aaron. All in favor of that reluctantly, but must be done.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye from Van.
Aaron, aye from Sarah. Hi, Sarah. See you video now. What about Mike and Van?
I'm a no on that.
Yeah, well, you're probably going to get overruled.
Yeah, I know. It's my sole protest.
Okay, so that carries. So now, John, you had a question that had nothing to do with that.
It's a combination question and comment. Let me do the comment first and then the question to Chris. Mike, and I've spoken with a number of you fellow board members over the last several months about this, but I'm concerned that we, and I trust that we'll discuss this issue on October the 8th, but we're talking now solely in terms of pay-as-you-go. And I don't think that we can and should do so. My work for 27 years in local government, cities and counties, for any big ticket capital investment that has a long life, they do bonding, which for us would be building through loans. And they do it for two reasons. The availability of so much cash at one time is unrealistic frequently. And secondly, they look at intergenerational equity in the funding of projects, so that if you have an expensive project that's going to last with these pools 40 to 50 years, it is unfair to make current taxpayers, or in our case, assessment payers, bear the full cost of that, which future generations at lower assessment rates will be able to enjoy. So affordability and intergenerational, and here we're talking not age cohorts, but rather payer cohorts, both recommend that we look at loan funding for many of these major capital projects. And so my question, Chris, is, did you and Larry play around with any of that?
We have not, John. I mean, that's something that we're going to look at in advance of the October 8th meeting. I mean, essentially, Hank, Chris, and I have talked just loosely, what would, the infusion of $2, $3, $5 million of financed resources do? Would that create the ability, to flatten that line? And so we're not dipping into extraordinary uncertain territory on the RRF balance.
Right.
And,
and I would add to that, flatten the line and establish more intergenerational equity.
John, this is Hank. We're going to bring on the 8th a variety of options that to be considered for this, and so stay tuned. We will have that, and one of them is exactly what you suggested, and we also are in agreement that the intergenerational funding makes a lot of sense. So stay tuned.
Sarah, did I see your hand?
Yes, I also have a comment and then a question as well. I apologize for the mechanical noise. I am not sitting on my deck with trees behind me. I am in my basement with a fancy video.
We're losing you now a little bit.
So I'm sorry. Can we have the slide back up that shows the dip below zero? Is that
The last
possible?
slide we saw, or the one before that? No. And Sarah, I did note that you wish to comment. Is that the one you mean, Aaron?
Yes, yeah. This is the great one. This is the punchline for my question. First off, I'm grateful to hear that there is some tweaking to be done to the reserve study and that plan.
Yes.
I believe that when you drill down to the heart of it, that is the source of the frustration that's being felt right now. I think the frustration and the perceived silence of the board on spending and maybe a perceived delay on the pool construction is not from a lack of desire to get the pool up and running as quickly as possible, but from a nervousness on the part of many board members, me for sure, when I see these dollar figures that are larger than the dollar figures involved in Tetra. I want to proceed very cautiously and make sure we are doing everything correctly. And I think that the source of it is that in the reserve study, which is part of the fund, the repair and replacement fund, we did not accurately estimate the cost of replacing a swimming pool. A few slides up, it talks about how an additional 3.1 million is needed over the 300,000. If that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pool in 2024. So I think that green line is much too low, which then will affect the 10-year average of spend, which will cover these expenses.
Hi, this is Van. I have some comments to make.
Okay, Sarah was up after Aaron, so then hold on just a second.
Well, so I did actually want that to be a question, is,
right, and I thought
have we estimated all of those pool costs to be similar?
Chris, so Lake Throw Pool is unique because of the slope and the retaining wall requirements. Most of the other pools will not require a major wall, and that is that's a $500,000 piece right there. So what Chris and I did, and again, I want to say two main things here, is that this was just a first crack at a more realistic look. What Chris and I are planning, we will not have it done, but we're putting a skeleton together of a major capital improvement or investment plan, and that is for our facilities where we anticipate the future capital spend will be greater than $250,000. So the vast majority of our capital projects, color coats, deck work at a pool, whatever, are below that. But the $250,000 threshold really represents when we go in to replace a tennis court or a pool. Those are our big ones. Further down the road, there may be some things with Brown's Chapel or Nature House or something like that. But for right now, looking at our old facilities, we're looking at pools and tennis courts. So we're going to put together, basically a draft plan that we'll want to share with the board and fiscal of those major capital assets. And we'll want to flesh those out. And what we'll want to do is it won't be probably this year, but in the very near term, we want to get, some realistic, I say more realistic cost estimates, because this was an exercise that Chris and I did to plot out, where we're headed if we do what the reserve study says. And I remind the board and the listeners on this call, The reserve study cannot project what future codes are going to be. They don't go in and analyze the site for ADA compliance, resource protection areas, water quality impact assessments, and things like that. It's simply, if you're going to go in here and replace exactly what you have based on, unit costs and so forth, this is what you're going to have to spend. It should be considered an absolute minimum benchmark for what you're going to need to see down the road to renovate your facilities. So those are some things that Chris and I are working on right now. We may have a skeleton ready for October 8th. That's our hope anyways.
Okay, is that good? Sarah, your turn.
I was going to let Ben go before me because I think he had a related point, and then I'll go after him.
Okay, Ben, it's yours.
Yeah, so, we live in Reston, which is 17 square miles of space, and we have 15 pools, 14 or 15 pools. I don't know of any other demographic that has access to one pool per square mile. And there's no way that is a liability for us, okay? When it was something that we all imagined having that kind of access to pools, it seemed like an asset or a great way to have added home values, but it is a liability because in the long run, it was never imagined that $3 million per pool would be spent. But to answer Aaron's question, you have to imagine that maybe $500,000 more for that one retaining wall for Lake Terra pool. But even if you imagine $2 million a pool, you saw the list of pools that you may be concerned about a pool that's in your vicinity, but you are now going to have to pay for all the pools that are in other vicinities for having to maintain those pools. It was never imagined that you could have $2 million or $3 million per pool in order to maintain it, and that would be your repair cost to maintain that pool. Our assessments would be much over $1,000, and remember, that's in addition to your cluster fees, to your property taxes. It would all these home values that we think is going to be much more marketable. In fact, it's not going to be desirable because it's going to be much higher than any other place in Northern Virginia or to be feasible. So what I'm trying to say over here is it was never imagined for $3 million to be paid towards a pool. I think it's an unreasonable way to try to fix a problem that we have, and we have to look at alternatives. If the desire is to keep the pool and to keep it operational, then we have to look at other ways in an equitable way that's fair to all members and to all future repair costs that we may or may not know at this time.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
Perfect. Thank you. I have 3 points I just wanted to bring up. One is, since it looks like we're going to make a major part of this decision in October 8th, can we at the moment ask staff not only to look at interesting ideas like lending and borrowing, but also some major cuts? Because this is not going to be a popular statement that I'm going to make, but somebody has to. When we have $9 million in payroll, $1 million going to communications, we have $1 million in IT. And as a member, my direct benefit from RA is the pools and the tennis courts, the trails. If we're telling our members, I'm sorry, we don't have money for this, yet we've got money for a ton of other stuff like a website. Yes, a website is important, but it's not, to me, they're both equally important. So if Hank, this is more to you, on 8th, I hope you can come back with some real budget cuts from the operations side that'll help us put away more towards reserves for future projects like this. And the other point I have was, can we send this to DRB so we're not delaying the process. So that, it goes on in parallel. And of course, if you need me to make a motion for that to happen, I'm happy to. And Tom, I hope you're okay as liaison to DRB.
Can we go ahead and get to, we still have the treasurer's part and the budget discussion, so perhaps you can hold that until we hear a bit more a little later, but
even for the DRB piece, I mean, I don't know why we
I had already said that they have that in their plans.
Chris, what's the timeline you have for this to go in front of the DRB?
Larry, you probably have a better handle on exactly, or Cameron, in terms of availability to get it before the full board for review.
I can tell you right now, it probably won't happen this year based on the amount of applications already coming to full board. We're already scheduling applications for November, and there is no full board meeting in December.
And there's no point in taking a plan to the DRB that is not financially feasible. We just saw $3 million for this pool, and for every pool that we have is not financially feasible. So if you take it to the DRB and they approve it, I don't see a way forward with the current plan. I think there has to be other plans that has to be thought about and considered, not just for Lake Turo, but for all the assets that we have with the bucket of money that we have called RRF. We know we can't, if you're going to talk about borrowing so that our future generations can pay for it, or if you're talking about us paying so future generations can enjoy at a lower cost, these are not feasible ideas. You have to come up with something that's financially feasible, like the rest of the world works.
Right. I would like to point out to my fellow directors that we are now at 9:45. To me, this is a good segue, just a moment, Bob, for the next topic, which is talking about the Recreational Facilities Working Group, which is looking about decision criteria and future needs. So maybe it would be worthwhile hearing from them where they are and move forward and then into the budget and some other items. Bob, you wanted to say something.
All I was going to say is that everything that everybody has brought up are excellent points.
Yes.
And we could spend probably a day discussing them.
Right.
To fully vet everybody's opinion. I think we've at least got the issue on the table. And this is a big issue because the last pool renovation we did was in 2011 and 12. So now we're faced with 9 major renovations if they follow the schedule that's been laid out. So over the next 7 years. So it's a big deal.
So
thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to move to the next item for discussion, which Tom, Karen and Larry, we're going to give us an update on the Recreational Facilities Working Group. The why is there and what have you done and what do you think you're going to get done by early next year?
Tom, you want to take start?
Yeah, let me go ahead and start off and then I'll throw it to you, Larry. Let me just kind of give everybody a little overview. I will start with saying the Recreation Facilities Working Group has a great group of volunteers and staff, and I want to thank them for all the time they've put in so far and will continue to do so. A little background, we started meeting because of the coronavirus a little later than we planned to in late July, and have met about 5 times. During this time, we reviewed past studies done by the Reston Association, primarily reviewing the income and expenses associated with the facility operations and maintenance. We've also discussed facility plans from several providers, including Fairfax County Park Authority, Nova Parks, and potential facilities coming with the new development in Reston. Staff has presented capital repair and replacement costs, primarily for the pools and the tennis courts, as well as the operating costs for these facilities. In addition, they provided usage trends for the past few years and updating scheduled major facility projects such as Lake Turo Pool that we're talking about tonight. In the most recent meetings, the group is working on a facility evaluation process, which includes preparing a matrix for decision-making that includes the community needs, the equity and the cost for each facility. And this is a key part of the group's work over for the next few months as it considers factors that should be considered and included when the board and the community review all of the RA facilities. Key questions we will be addressing: does RA provide the right number and types of facilities for the membership? Can the current facilities be sustained financially over the long term? And in conclusion, we look forward to the continued progress of the committee as the evaluation process becomes more defined. Going forward, meetings will generally be scheduled every 2 weeks, and we encourage anyone who's interested to participate. Let me go ahead and throw this back to Larry, and he can take over on some of the specifics.
Yeah, I would just add, and thanks for that, Tom, for the lead in. You know, so we had a meeting last night, and you know what we're really looking at is what are the criteria that the community and the board should use when evaluating facilities, and what takes precedence? Is it the community need? Is it the equity part? Is it the financial basis? You know, I think the working group, you know, they agree that it's a combination of those things. And you know, how do you put a repeatable, understandable, hopefully, but it will not always be, data-driven criteria and process together that the board can utilize, whether it's this, you know, this coming year or 5 years down the road. So that's really their ultimate goal. And so, you know, we had a pretty robust conversation last night. I'm sure the next few will be equally as robust as we really focus on that. And, you know, the working group is interested in getting community feedback. We're going to be talking about that at our next meeting, which is a week from tonight, actually. And, you know, we want to hear from the community. And so it's great that there's a lot of people on this call here who are very interested in a large capital project primarily. And but we have a lot of facilities. And, you know, Ven has noted, and others, that, you know, for a community of, we'll just call it 60, 65,000 people, we have a plethora of facilities: pools, tennis courts, ball fields, multi-purpose courts, tot lots, etc. And, you know, there's a cost to that, because the initial cost to us was virtually nothing, because the developer built them and gave them to us. You know, so essentially we inherited them, and our governing documents require us to own, operate, and maintain those. And, you know, is that again, I like to use the question, is that a sustainable way to move forward, you know, as Reston grows and ages? So, you know, all I can do is encourage people to, you know, join those meetings and listen in. And, you know, we've got some tough work ahead of us, and I think it'll be very interesting and hopefully fun.
Yeah, and I know one of the things that, you know, Parks Recreation Advisory Committee, which is on hiatus at the moment, you know, had begun to look at, and is also, in years past, we looked at, well, what are we missing? Why are people leaving Reston to go someplace else? You know, is it they're missing a volleyball court, or they're missing this, or, you know? So when this group looks at the inventory of our current facilities, you know, it's also working with national organizations as to where is the future. You know, we know pickleball's been growing, but, you know, we've addressed that in some of the investments we're making in pickleball. But so this group is also looking at future needs, looking at the changing dynamics and demographics. So we have somebody from each district on the group, or two from each district, and a couple at large. I think the group's like 9 people, Tom, is that right?
Yeah,
but they were interviewed and selected by the board to participate. So I think it's a pretty good group. So any questions of Tom and Larry about what they're working on? I think you can find some of their stuff on the website to know when the meetings are. I know they're on WebTrack. So you can click on WebTrack and find a way to zoom in for the meeting.
Yeah, the next meeting will be next Thursday at 6:30.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I see no other questions of you. We're going to go on to an item on assessments and finance resolution 1, the biennial budget development, which is obviously very important as we finish up our current second year of our budget, and next year's biennial is really important. As you've heard, so many of these major projects are beginning to surface. So Karen, you want to walk us through that?
Sure. So this all came about back in 2018 when a couple of new programs were presented for consideration. One of them was pickleball, and the other was a gardening class, which never happened. So at that time, there was concern from some members and some board members that, well, we don't have a resolution to deal with what the process is for approving new programs. So BGC started working on that and working on developing a brand new assessment and finance resolution, which would have been number 14, spent some time on that. And then with the input from fiscal and hearty discussions, it was determined that we really didn't need a new resolution for new programs because they are not considered outside of the budget process. And all we really needed to do was to tweak resolution 1, which is the biennial budget development process. So last year's BGC started on that, and this year's BGC picked that up. And so we have a new resolution 1. So if you compared the original to what we are proposing for approval tonight, you can see the changes. Basically, it's integrating. Not only, we called it new initiatives because we realized it wasn't just new programs, it was also new events and services. So that has now been integrated into the biennial budget process. And while we were working on tweaking this resolution, and with a lot of input from Dave Kerr and the fiscal committee, and also from Bob Petrine, in earlier drafts of this, we had specific timelines for when certain things would happen in the budget process. And what we ended up with was getting rid of all those and instead having a hard date, March 1st of every year, when a budget decision calendar would be approved. So that's the other change to this resolution. And I will make a motion and then we can have any discussion if people have any questions. But I would like to move to adopt the amendments to Assessments and Finance Resolution 1, Biennial Budget Development Process as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? I will add, which I should have said, that in addition to the two major tweaks, there's also added language in here about fiscal committee's input for review and recommendations on the new initiatives. So.
And Karen, this resolution work was done jointly with fiscal committee as well as the board governance committee, right? So we've got across the board support of those who need to address it, and you're asking for the full board.
Very much so, and we also asked Bob as treasurer to be involved in these financial resolutions that we've been working on. So yeah, absolutely.
Bob or Aaron, you have any comments with regard to the resolution?
It was really a rejiggering to get away from kind of a static approach to budgeting and to deal with circumstances as they arise in any given year.
Okay. Right, and I know Dave in particular felt, and I'm sure you did too, Bob, that by having specific dates attached to each of the steps in the budget process was just too restrictive.
Dave Kerr being a fiscal committee chair.
Yeah,
correct.
I don't know if he's with us tonight. I don't think he is, but
I've not seen him. Any other discussion? I will call the question then. All in favor of Karen's motion to, and I've just lost the motion, to adopt the amendments to Assessment and Finance Resolution 1 Biennial Budget Development Process as presented. Hi, Sarah. Then do we have your voice or your lovely?
Hi from Van.
Thank you, Van. Anyone not in favor? I think I saw all 9 hands and voices. There you go. Success for the new 2020 BGC.
Thank you. More to come.
Oh, can't wait. All right. Next item is Mr. Petrine, the treasurer's report in 2021 budget discussion.
I'm going to share my screen and hopefully. Now, can you see the first page of the financial package? Hello?
As well as a map.
We can see it.
Oh, I'm sorry that I can't get rid of that.
That's okay. It's got
my
in.
screensaver. That's a fascinating story, but it's not worth taking the time this evening to do.
No.
I'm going to keep this relatively short. We adopted a new financial package earlier this year, which we feel is more representative and much more digestible than the multiple column approach which we adopted before. So I'm going to focus on just four elements. First of all, operating revenues and expenses. And suffice it to say, the cancellation of the camps, the events, programs in the shortened pool season have had the greatest impact, both positively and negatively on revenue and positively on expenses. As you can see on page 1 of the August financial package, revenues are off about $1.5 million to the end of August, but operating expenses, although they're not in red, there is a positive variance of over $2 million. Lower controllable expenses, fewer seasonal personnel and lifeguards, as well as other direct expenses associated with operating the camps and the programs, have more than offset the loss of associated operating revenue. So COVID from an operations standpoint hasn't hurt the association. Second point is towards the bottom, talking about cash balances. Operating cash totaled $6.3 million at the end of the month. That's about $700,000 better than we were at the same time last year. And that is a direct result of the pandemic's impact on members' personal finances, we believe. Virtually all these accounts are, I'm reading the wrong one. Staff fully expects that cash will be adequate to meet the responsibilities through the end of the year. Then if we can go to page 5, and I can come back to these other pages, which is the balance sheet. If you look at the accounts receivable and allowance for bad debt as of the end of the month, accounts receivable, which are predominantly member assessments, which are owed RA, are running about $455,000 greater than they were at the same time in 2019. And this is a direct result of the pandemic's impact on members' personal finances. But we believe virtually all these accounts are ultimately collectible. And then the last page is page 6, where we look at the balances in the RRF, the Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund, and the Capital Assets Acquisition Reserve Fund. We can see that the spends to replace, repair, and remediate capital assets continue to track closely to projections. Significant progress has been made to complete projects deferred from prior years, as well as those scheduled in 2020. As much as $3.8 million will be spent on the RRF and the the CARF projects this year. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the current condition of the finances, if anybody has any. One last, excuse me, one last thing I'd like to have entered into the record. Since all the directors have this information, member Jennifer Juszczyk sent a series of 21 questions on the current financial condition of the association, plus some clarifying questions on the upcoming budget. And I would like those questions and the answers, which staff almost immediately provided, which were really quite illuminating and very helpful to understand the detail of the finances of the association, be entered into the record as part of the minute, the board meeting minutes.
I think that would be a great idea. We had shared them as we said with the board, but certainly they should be and could be added into our minutes.
Thank you. And that's all I have, unless there are questions.
Bob, I have a quick question.
Sure.
And this is just as treasurer, and feel free to say you'll have the answer on October 8th. Again, coming back to the Lake Thoreau pool, I find it hard to, when as an organization we have a huge payroll budget, yet as members we're $9 million or more towards payroll, and then a member is begging for $3 million over 2 years. Is there anywhere you see in operations that we can make some changes as treasurer? I mean, and from your finance
there are areas that can always be worked on. We need to work with staff, since they're the ones that are actually going to incur the changes to the budget. They're going to be impacted by the changes. So working with senior staff, with Hank and with Larry and with Tom, I think what we are going to have to do beginning now, and the 8th it will be a good start, is to look at, instead of a biennial budget, we're going to be looking at a capital budget of like from 5 to 7 years out, at least for this decade, because that's where all of the big projects are going to be taking place, at least right now. And we have to fashion from that what we can reasonably do, considering that we are a very mature organization. I've been following some of the chat lines about adding additional members. Most of the development that is scheduled to start or be completed probably in this decade is going to be in the TSA. That is specifically excluded from consideration. There is an aspirational statement in the current comp plan that folks that live in the TSA should be integrated into the overall Reston community. And by either becoming members of the RTCA or Reston Association. I think those are laudable, but it's going to take a lot of work to have that happen. And it's going to be need to be pushed on as part of the review of the comp plan. And John and Larry certainly have, that's my opinion. So there is a lot of work to be done, and we gotta start sooner than later. To get it so that we can keep everything moving forward as it should.
And Larry and company have had some success in bringing some townhouse developments into RA proper that did not have the amenities within their complex. some
Right.
on Sunrise Valley, a couple complexes there. There's one in the middle of TSA over off of the Wheelie complex that again joined us, but when Campus Commons was beginning to go through and with the county, we were unsuccessful in securing them as members or future members. So, but
There
there
are
are
a number of ways that all this can be done. Good planning will certainly mitigate the probability of major increases in assessments.
Yeah.
I have a question for Bob.
Yes.
Yeah. So to add on to Sarah's question, first to talk to the note that you all were saying, yes, it is true that the truth of the matter, and this is probably a meeting where more members are present than any I've seen in the last 3 years. So I do want to add, unfortunately, our services are not marketable or attractive to new members. In the last 20 years, we have grown from 21,000 members to perhaps 22,000 members in the last 20 years.
Right.
And that's because new condos that come in have much nicer, newer facilities, and they don't have to pay us to walk the fields and walk by the lakes and so on. That's just the truth of the matter. So our pot of money that we can gather from is not growing, and I don't see it growing in the foreseeable future, which means that we are the ones left holding the bill to have to split amongst the 22,000 households. That makes these problems much more exacerbated. All right, so the question I have is, you mentioned about revenue being less or reduced due to COVID. To follow on to Sarah's question, it would make sense that other operating expenses, including payroll, is also going to be reduced in the next year. And it might mean that we have to make some hard decisions. You know, I see the key folks, the key members, and our key personnel, everybody that we value will stay with us, but we might have to make some hard decisions. Okay, there have been every organization in the country, even the ones that have taken bailout money, I'm talking about airlines, which have taken billions of dollars, are still letting people go. And we cannot be the only organization in the universe who is holding on to 100% of our operating expenses in spite of not having 100% of revenue. So what is the outlook and what is the plan to regulate our spending as per our revenue? Because that's the truth of every organization. You reduce your expenses to match your revenue. Otherwise, your lights out.
We are currently working with staff to get to that objective. Is the best answer I can give you at this point.
Don't we have,
It's an
information that we-
understandable conundrum that we face.
Yeah, well, we have to finalize the budget in a month, and I was wondering if you have some actual numbers or any actuals. I'm not putting you at the spot. I was just wondering if you, or maybe I am, but we need to know, because in the next month we have to make the decision.
Right.
So don't we have a draft that we were going to quickly review tonight?
Okay. I think Tom or Hank was going to do that, correct?
Is that about where we should be now?
I believe so.
Because right now we have an hour before we have to extend it again.
I don't know if Tom's on the line. Tom would have been the one preparing to do that. We thought this was on your side. The agenda said you were going to share it with us. I don't have the budget in front of me right now, but if you pull it up, I can walk us through it.
Wasn't it in our packet?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to pull it up?
Please.
Yeah, certainly. I believe if you look at the 2021 budget, basically we have we're looking at the draft 2 of budget. The first column shows what 2020 budget was planned to be. Then it showed what is forecasted to be. That's the green column. And then we had an original 2021 budget, and then we, after meeting of the fiscal committee, put the draft 2 budget together. And just briefly, in a nutshell, one of the keys was that we were going to keep assessments. We were not looking to increase assessments at all. So the assessment number stays at what it was set for in 2020, which I believe is 708. We also based on talking to the fiscal committee, it was decided that because the scenarios going into 2021 are truly a little bit unpredictable with COVID-19, and that we had managed very well to managing our expenses and controlling both, our expenses based on the revenue side and what was coming in and wasn't coming in, that we should basically take a hard look at 2020 and see if we can't set that with some modifications as a 2021 budget. And that's what's identified in the 4th column listed as 2021 budget draft 2. You can see that it comes in a little bit less than the total revenue is coming in a little bit less, about $200,000 or so less than the 2020 original budget, which is again what we were asked to drive this thing to. If you could drive down to the lower it for me, Christine, a little bit, so I can show you the expenses. Essentially, without going line by line, and because of the late hour, I wasn't going to go line by line, but this will be shared at the next fiscal committee meeting. We have gone line by line and looked at where we see operating expenses associated with revenue, and have made those adjustments based on what we think a revenue will be. For example, sorry, we just jumped away. For example, are we going to be able to do all the camps that we did last year, the non-assessment side of revenue, the rental side of revenue? Are all those going to come in? And there were baseline assumptions put together that staff looked at, and then lowered the revenue side, and consequently the expense side was lowered. But in a nutshell, if you kind of continue all the way down to the bottom, we saw that, and you can see the last column. I'm sorry, you jumped to the last column. You can see that we are looking at, with this draft 2 that we presented to the fiscal committee, that we're looking at keeping assessments at 708. Based on the conversation that you've had tonight, we certainly are going to go back and look at adjusting, other expenses, and certainly we're going to take a harder look at staffing and see where we can make some adjustments there as well. So that's in a nutshell where we are with the budget.
Hank, you did a good job.
Thank you.
Part of how you got to this draft was also from some input from our conversation, our working session with fiscal on August, I think it was the 19th. So that is available as well for people to watch the Zoom or YouTube as well. Now, this that you have shared with us here does not reflect the Thoreau pool, correct? This draft 2.
Yes, if you go back to Chris's, we don't have to go there, but if you can think back to Chris's process in a capital project,
yeah,
we're at the point where the board, we've gone through the
down here in this capital repair replacement funding.
Yeah, we're at the point where the board needs to make a decision about where we're going to go further or how we're going to go further, and then how do you fund the question about how do you fund Lake Thoreau then gets added into this equation, whether as John pointed out, is it just through straight one-off increasing the assessments or cutting expenses and trying to make it all fit in the current assessment, or do we borrow, or how do we do it, and what's the timing of it? There's a lot of variables that go in to bringing Lake Thoreau on the pool online. So,
That's important to the October 8th meeting.
If I can break in for just a second, the 3.146 number for the capital repair, the triple RF contribution is light about $257,000. This,
which number? If 314 whatever, I can't quite see.
Right, the draft number 2. So there is a factor in here for, you know, doing repair and replacement.
Kind of the normal.
It isn't as much as it should be to get up to the minimum addition that by resolution we are supposed to be at. I know that's kind of convoluted, but there is a requirement.
That again.
Okay, each year there is a 10-year moving number where you calculate the projected costs of repairing and replacing assets. You take the average of those 10 years, and that is the basic amount of money that should be set aside each year into the triple RF. Okay? And then there's also a contingency fee, but it's complicated enough just to talk about the total, you know, taking the total of 10 years projected expenses, taking the average of that and putting it into the triple RF each year. So that's what that number represents. And if you look at it, it really drives what the assessment will be in any given year. So if you look at the original budget, which is the next column to the left, the amount of money that would have been put into the triple RF, which would have covered the entire cost of the pool, if I remember correctly, would have gotten the assessment up to $745 instead of $708. But the decision was that one of the guiding principles that we were operating under when we put together the pool, the budget, was to keep the assessment at the same level year over year.
Yeah, I think a couple other things that need to be pointed out. One, in this budget, there's no increase in salaries or benefits for staff. Additionally, the funding that was put in place last year for Lake Thoreau Pool, Chris had already pointed to in his presentation, was the $350,000, which was to get us through the current phase where we're now, where we have, you know, we understand the site issues, and we currently now are aware of what our options are, as well as to bring it up, what is going to be required to make it meet Fairfax County code and that sort of thing. So and as Chris said, we've spent less than, I think, $100,000 of that $350,000 that was put aside for that work to date. So that's why we're at a bit of a decision point as to what's the next point to go to, and why that. There was no number actually that we could put into this budget for Lake Thoreau, the pool. And as you've heard, we've been asked to look at a variety of ways to fund this, including cutting additional costs. The other question I think someone has been chatting is why why does it look like salaries have increased so dramatically last year? One of the things that went on last year is the board really wanted us to improve our outward facing communications, as well as improve our interaction through covenants. And so positions were created in order to do that. Additionally, the board asked that that we do what we are referencing to internally as the Archer report. And that was a study to look at where salaries and wages and benefits for Reston Association compare to the community. And that report, I believe, is indeed online. And that came out of the fact that in 2018, Reston Association lost 25% of its staff. And during the exit interviews, it turned out that there were many reasons why you lost 25% of your full-time staff. But one of which was lack of competitiveness to other agencies and organizations in the community. So the Archer study was, or the Archer group was contracted to do that study, and some adjustments were approved by the board last year into how staff is compensated in order to keep them more competitive. But also the wages increase had to do with adding communication staff and adding covenant staff. So hopefully that answers where we are right now with this draft, and obviously we have to make some additional adjustments as we look to the next draft that we're going to be presenting to the fiscal committee in October.
Julie?
Yes, John.
I just want to note that I have some questions about operating costs that went down drastically. So I have 5 things. Hank, I'll send you a note, but to call them out quickly, these are line items where our expenses are budgeted to go down more than 100,000 from the original draft budget, and those are computer support, covenants administration, pathways, recreational areas and ground maintenance, and aquatics. So those all went down by 100,000 or more, and I need to understand why. Not tonight.
Okay, certainly, John, we can answer all those questions.
All right. Anything further on the current draft budget at the moment?
Madam President?
Yes.
Our Director of Finance shared with me an overview to the 2021 budget this afternoon. It's one of the, it's not into the detail of the numbers, but it explains in very good detail the various functional areas within RA and where their revenues and expenses come from.
Is that
Which
something
I think would be a very valuable item to share with the community.
So just as we're sharing the Q&A back and forth with Jennifer, is Tom's message, is that something that we could also include?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so that we can all see it, both board members and our community?
Absolutely.
Okay, that would be great.
I thought it was shared with the board. I received it late this afternoon.
That's okay, appreciate that.
I have a question, Julie.
Yes, please, Ben.
So what does the board want the staff to do from here with the draft budget? So we saw draft 1. It was proposed to be at 708. We saw draft 2. It's again at 708. Where do you want the budget to go from here? What do we want to tell the staff and the fiscal committee and work in conjunction with each other and come back to us in draft 3 of the budget? Because when we vote in the next meeting, is it going to be again 708? Because I heard last time that we're going to try and see other places to cut down again. You know, in last year when we voted for the budget, we did not know there was going to be COVID, and therefore to say that we expended all our operating expenses budgeted for this year and which is 2020, I find it hard to understand, as well as that 2021 will resemble 2020 is hard to understand. But also, how do you want budget draft 3 to look like? And what exact line items would you want to see changes to, and in what direction? I think the board should give the staff some direction on that.
Well, that certainly is the point of this segment of the agenda, is to give Hank and staff some guidance. I've heard a number of pieces being questioned tonight, both by the community in the chat room and some of the board members. So Hank, I believe that as far as the general structure of the budget, you have some things that you're planning on doing as a response to tonight. And as far as the Lake Thoreau pool, I think that's kind of part of the October 8th discussion, because it does affect those bottom lines that you shared with us. They were purple, they were in, that one line, but John and Bob and Tom, whomever was raising their hand, respond to Ben's thoughts.
I would like to reflect on Ben's question, and I see that draft 2 has operating budgets reduced by nearly 1.6 million over draft 1. And, that Hank should continue to look at the budget to see whether further reductions can be made without compromising what we believe to be essential services. Obviously, that's his job as our CEO. But at this point, I have no direction to give Hank. He's reduced it by 1.6 million. And he said he was going to look at the budget again to see if he can squeeze any more savings out. But again, I come back to this, that our job as board members is not to have the lowest budget number possible. It's to come up with a budget that gives the best value in a sustainable way.
Yeah.
So it's a question of value and not just disembodied numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody else who has a different opinion
on his points? Yes, Ben.
I was just saying, is any other board member have any other direction to give Hank? I heard John's, but any other specific line items or any specific direction? I didn't hear that. So far, I just heard discussion. I didn't hear any specific action items. And I'm afraid in absence of that, draft 3 is going to look like draft 2 or something else.
Well, is there something specific, Ben, that you would like more attention paid on or explanation? I know we don't have Tom's that he shared with Bob yet. I mean, we'll get that. And I don't know if you had a chance to read the back and forth to Jennifer's questions to us yet.
Yeah, well, I expressed my specific concern that 2020 and 2021 have the same operating expenses and assessments of $708. So I'm hoping that's a direction that
rather good if we've been able to hold to that, given what we could be charging, but
it's not, right? Because how could you say your operating expenses are the same if your revenue is not the same and you're not firing on all cylinders? That's the basis of the question, is because of COVID, if you're reduced operations and if you're not firing on all cylinders, how do you consume all of the budgeted operating expenses?
Well,
that's
why there's a line item on non-assessment revenue that we've not, we've had to address.
I'm not talking about revenue, I'm talking about expenses.
If I could just address that, the fiscal committee's advice to us, and we thought it was wise, is that we had actually put together 4 or 5 different scenarios of what could potentially happen. Not dissimilar to what Chris showed you when he was looking at capital and said, well, here's one scenario, here's another. And we put that together, and based on the advice and recommendation from the fiscal committee, it was basically concluded that, look, we don't know when COVID-19 is going to end. We know that we managed the 2020 budget well, because as Bob has shared with you, we're doing it well. And we've cut expenses in alignment, and actually more so than in alignment with lost non-assessment revenue, which was associated with, you know, the loss of camps and other things like that, the rentals, the sponsorships, and all the other things that add up to well over $2 million. And that all has been lost. And yet we were able to cut expenses to manage that. So the fiscal committee said, let's look at the 2020 budget and let's move that forward to 2021. You all do some little thinking, some serious thinking about what you won't be able to implement in 2021 and make that your budget, because you've already proven that as COVID stays in place, because nobody knows when it's going to end, nobody knows when you're going to get a vaccine, nobody knows any of this. So if you've proven you can manage 2020 in a COVID scenario and, you know, pull things back as needed, then you can do it in 2021. And that's what fiscal shared with us. And that's the budget that you're seeing there. So some of the slight reductions that you've seen in some of the revenue is all based on staff really thinking pretty hard about whether or not they're going to be able to have this camp, or we're going to be able to do this project, or is revenue going to come in from this avenue. And that's why you see the numbers lowered. I think John has pointed out it's over another $1 million. So not knowing, and nobody on this call can tell me when COVID's going to be over. So consequently, we have to put a budget forward. And if we've proven we can manage it in 2020, we certainly can do it in 2021 to make adjustments as circumstances present themselves. And that's what fiscal suggested, and that's what we've done. And initially, fiscal was pretty happy, and actually has come back with some questions that we've received the last couple of days, and we'll continue to make adjustments. But one of the keys was do not raise assessments. So that's why it's at 708. If you're not going to suggest to us that we should lower assessments, we can do that as well. But that would indeed require the board giving us some additional guidelines. Otherwise, I will go back and look with the senior team at where we can cut costs even more, cut expenses even more.
Can we hear from David Kerr, the chair of the fiscal committee, if he's online, on what his thoughts or advices on where the budget should go, or from the fiscal committee, which is our eyes and ears on checks and balances with respect to the budget?
I do not see that David has joined us tonight.
Okay, I saw him online, but he might have since dropped.
If he is, he can certainly let us know and we'll mute him. But
I think we have to keep in mind that the single biggest spend as we move forward is going to be in the renovation repair of capital assets. That's going to drive everything else. If you look at the expenses, if you look at both revenues and expenses, they're largely variable. In other words, as you increase the number of events or you decrease them, revenues fall, but expenses fall commensurately, since services are largely driven by personnel costs. But at the same time, if you don't do anything, then we're really not meeting the desires and needs of the community. So we have to begin to think about balancing, you know, now that we, again, go back to this, we are a mature organization. What do people value about living in Reston? And what are they willing to pay for? And then begin to make decisions about what the financial ramifications of those elements are.
The CARF and ARF come from a separate $3 million budget. And as for the reserve study, we were contributing just sufficiently to it. In fact, might even have been contributing more. I'm trying to remember what the reserve study said, but I believe it said we're contributing sufficiently.
Right.
Guys,
that's right.
Can we table this back and forth on this topic until like the 8th? We have about a half an hour and I'd like to get to Cam Adams and the cluster outreach update. And we still have a CEO update and an executive session yet
I'm
tonight.
sorry, I was looking at the wrong part of the,
Yeah, so
sorry.
I'd like to get to some really good news and good feeling, Yes, we know we have the budget, hanging over us, and we'll get there, we'll get there before October, November. But Cam, I know you guys had a great session the other night. So give us an update, you and Megan.
Well, I think everyone is ready for the shot of decaf coffee Megan and I are about to give everyone following that conversation. So thank you. Christina, if you could just pull up the slides, and I'll try to make this as brief as possible and leave an opportunity for questions at the end, because I know this is a long night for us all. I'm just going to dive into the next slide. We have had a really good success rate with our show and tells. We are presenting an update on our comprehensive outreach plan for clusters that you all kind of gave us direction on when I came aboard in June. We gave our kind of brief overview in July, and so this is our update. Our show and tells have been fantastic. We've done 6 so far, and after our meet and greet that we had with our cluster board members, we will be having a couple more before the end of the year. Just a reminder, show and tells are basically where Megan and I walk around with the cluster board members for specific clusters that ask for it, and we kind of give them an opportunity to show us their cluster and tell us their concerns, their problems, and how staff, specifically Covenants, can better serve them and their members. And so we've done 6 of those so far, and each of them have been extremely successful. Just to name one, the Hamlet, I believe Karen was on that show and tell walkthrough with us, and it was a great opportunity for us to kind of go over some of the things that we've been trying to improve and support clusters in. And we're really happy with the response that we've received from our show and tells. So going into the meet and greet, this was a plan that we kind of formulated, that we wanted to kind of have an inaugural event where we met with as many cluster board officers as we could in one sitting, and kind of introduce ourselves and kind of go over what we wanted to do to support the clusters. And so we actually had one with a single family community at the Upper Lakes Drive via Zoom, and that was really great. I think some of the people who were in attendance in that meeting are on tonight's call, so thank you for attending. It was very productive, and I think everyone got an opportunity to meet Megan and myself and kind of just go over a couple of things that people had questions on. Our big one was on September 14th. We had a little over 77 cluster board officers in attendance at this meeting. And 45 clusters were represented at this meeting, which is a little over a third of all cluster associations within Reston. And the idea was we send a survey out to kind of establish what the talking points would be, what they wanted to be informed about. And we quickly realized that the topics of discussions weren't just limited to cluster standards. People wanted to know more about management companies and services provided, such as municipality services, trash, landscaping, etc. And it became more and more clear that the show and tells were going to be a foundation for us to create and foster relationships with cluster board members, but also get an opportunity for us to have FaceTime and really represent and show your assessment dollars at work, because our Covenants team has been working very, very hard since I came aboard to improve the communication that we've been having with our members. And so I really appreciate all the cluster board members that were in attendance. It was a really successful turnout, and we were pleased with the results, and we're looking forward to the next meet and greet that we'll be having potentially later this year or at the beginning of January. As I know, with COVID and plans and holidays, it might be a little bit of a stretch to have one again for this year, but we're looking forward to the next one. Other ways that we've been trying to improve communication and education, if you could go to the next slide. We continue to do the Cluster Connect newsletter. Our last newsletter went out September 15th. and we sent about 258 notifications, and we still continue to maintain above a 50% open rate, which is fantastic. I think Mike can attest to that based on when we send those, people are reading them, people are interested in the content that is in them, and we look forward to continuing to spread that. I think the topics in our last Cluster Connect newsletter range from the biophilic pledge to trim capping to our show and tells that we're doing to really reinforce what we're trying to do and where we're trying to go and take the Covenants Department's communication. The Covenants portal is still an opportunity for us to communicate with cluster members. The cluster directory, we have now officially collected contact information for all of the clusters. We're still working on creating or helping find better ways for clusters to establish public means of communication for their members. So, i.e. having, colsoncluster@gmail.com as a way for members, for us to communicate and connect the cluster together with their members without sharing their personal board or personal email addresses with their members. In addition to that, we were able to do the Covenants Advisor training, which I think has been extremely successful. And so the training was completed at the beginning of August, and we're really looking forward to the redistribution of the portfolio of clusters so that it's equally balanced and better maintained for the amount of Covenants advisors that we have currently. If we could go to the next one, thank you, Christina. This was the focal point of some of the things that the board had discussed with staff as it relates to design review process and cluster standards. At the last full design review board, we confirmed that cluster standards could be reviewed at a lower level, at a consultation level for most of them, which is going to decrease the review times in between application submittal and a decision being rendered for cluster standard applications, which is a huge win for all of us. We also introduced 14 guidelines that staff had received contributions from members, from DRB members, and from ourselves that we believe could be reviewed and revised. A working group was established with several DRB members, and we'll get that ball rolling. And it is currently underway to establish a timeline for when we can expect to see some of those revisions being completed. So to put some things into perspective, in 2019, we had about 90 cluster capital projects that were reviewed, capital projects being benches, tot lots, et cetera. 58 cluster standards were reviewed in 2019. And so far, ending in Q3 of this year, we had 62 cluster capital projects being reviewed and 89 cluster standards that have been reviewed, and we still have 1 quarter left. So essentially what this means is 50%, there was a 53% increase of standards and projects being reviewed between 2019 and now. So in addition, staff has had a substantive conversations with about 44% of clusters with a goal to be at about 65% by the end of the year. And lastly, if we could just go to the last slide, I'll just leave that slide up for questions. Here are some things that were still in progress, and as we continue to meet with clusters, things still may be added, but I think I'll hit on one item, or actually two. Our Covenants portal currently allows members to see documents, historical information, submit an application. We're looking at the functionality of the Covenants portal to allow cluster board members to do the same thing when they submit applications for their clusters, having historical information for their clusters. We don't really have a timeline for that. That's something that we need to work with SmartWebs, our system carrier, to see if that can be facilitated, but we are hoping that that is possible, and if it is, we'll be looking at doing that at some point next year. And then lastly, doing a cluster survey. I think one of the walkaway points was to kind of poll current cluster board members on what services, who they use, what they do to communicate with their members. And so we're trying to look at a survey that we can establish, that we can collect all of this information and then disseminate it amongst all of the clusters. So I will be happy to answer any questions. Megan and I will be happy to do that.
All right. Can you go back to the full screen? There we go. Gallery. There we go. I'm looking for hands to, if there's anyone who has any questions of Cam and Megan. Karen.
It's not a question. I just wanted to compliment Cam and Megan for doing such a great job with the outreach. And if y'all haven't watched the last meet and greet, it's worth watching. So thank you for all you're doing.
And so just so everyone knows, that just because we had 45 clusters represented, we actually did record it so that any cluster officer could watch it and gather that information at any point in time.
Right. Sarah.
Cam, again, congratulations. That's leaps and bounds compared to what's been done in the past. So
Yes.
kudos to you for getting it done in a short time. Couple of pointers. If you can share that video with the board, that'll be great for us to see it, because I don't think it's on YouTube. Second, I think Liz has been nonstop on chat, but one thing I think she suggested popped up to me is, could we create cluster emails, sort of like southgate@reston.org? As you know, it's an add-on, something nice to do, maybe to encourage them, and then they can forward it on to their Gmail, their board of directors, however we want it done. The last point I had, I think the EAC is super grateful for you to sharing the biophilic pledge. If there's something similar you can do with the elections committee when elections comes up to get voting up, that'd be great. In your cluster newsletter, maybe encourage the cluster board to share it with their members. That's it. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
I believe, Cam, you had shared a link to the board member of your that cluster outreach session on the 14th, I think. But if not, please resend that. And I actually I had shared one of your cluster newsletters with someone who's a single family dweller. And they said, oh, golly, I wish we had something like that too. Right. So much of the information was actually valuable across the board, not just to clusters. Mm-hmm. So keep that in mind for your future communication strategy.
Yeah, that's exactly why we wanted to do the meet and greet with Upper Lakes Drive, because even though, to me, being new to Reston, cluster is cluster and single families are not clusters, but the approach is to help all members. And so we wanted to have that FaceTime with Upper Lakes Drive, since Sarah was so kind to kind of put that together for us. And so if any other single family home group would like to do something similar, we'd be happy to kind of arrange that and make that happen.
And that was Sarah McHugh, right? A resident of Upper Lake.
Correct.
Yeah. Anyone else for Cam and Megan? Okay. Thank you so very much. And we'll see you, I guess, you're scheduled to come back every 2 months. Is that right?
Yes.
So we'll see you again soon before the end of the year.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Quarterly CEO update. Hank, this is your agenda item.
Did we miss the DRB application?
We deferred that.
Okay.
Quite ready.
Christina, could you go to that the 2 slides I sent today? It might just make it a little bit more go quicker. I apologize for the late hour. And could you bring, yeah, there you go. As you kind of look at the CEO's update, and you guys have in your packet this document, it's about 6 pages. It goes line by line And it was updated today mainly because we found, I think, 3 typos. So that was the only reason it was changed out. But this CEO's update is in alignment with what's written here. And these are kind of in bullet form, the major goals that the board has established for us for 2020 through 2022. And if you don't remember all of them and all the details that go behind them, I would suggest that you look at the strategic plan again. But in a nutshell, these are the 10 or so, and they're not in necessarily any specific weighted order. They all have the same weighting, meaning the same value that the board has asked us to pursue. So the first and foremost was grow non-assessment revenue, elimination of inefficiencies, achievement of cost cutting where possible, improve work experience of our current employees. And I'll just mention that that in any business, any organization, you know that it's the staff that really make things work. So that's why I think this has been looked upon, or at least since I've been here, by the board, and made it an emphasis that our staff is our most most valued and critical asset to making Reston Association work. So that's why I think they made that a high priority. Collaboration with the community organizations and businesses to foster a one Reston. Preserve Reston's visionary land use harmony. And you heard John and Larry talk a little bit about that earlier today or this evening. Preserve members' properties value and compliance with design and maintenance guidelines. And you heard from just now from Cam and Megan how we're making, I think, significant progress there. Continue improvement towards 100% customer satisfaction. When this was first put up, I think there were several folks who commented that you can never have 100% satisfaction. And the comment back to them was, well, would you like us to just simply strive for 90% satisfaction? So the goal is, and there was a chuckle there. So the goal is to strive for 100% customer satisfaction. And we're making progress there as well. Improvement of two-way communications between RA and the RA community. And I know that it came from a lot of the board members, specifically looking at how, what the community was telling us they weren't hearing from us, how they were getting the information and how they wanted to get information. And that is probably the 2 biggest areas where you've seen growth in staff and in investment have been in covenants and in communications. And in the third piece down here that follows this, implement IT upgrades. With a lot that you've heard with the collapse of our website, our file servers and other things, there's been a kind of like our pools and our other amenities, there hasn't been as strong an investment in our IT as needed. And so consequently, we had some failures, breakdowns of that this past 6 to 8 months. And one of the reasons why you've seen investment have to be implemented there. And we're so very, very fortunate to have Clara and some of the other staff that are in that in the IT department. The last 2, Reston Association's major facilities and amenities plan. That's what Chris has been doing through his communications efforts, his capital improvement efforts, and improve board effectiveness, training, and teamwork. So if you go to the next slide, please, Christina. Just again, I provided you with about 5 pages of where we've progressed through the 3rd quarter. So let me just hit on a couple of the highlights and then I'll take any questions. Obviously, Bob shared with us as we went through the finances that non-assessment revenue, primarily because of COVID, has been off plan. So we are not going to hit the goal, which was to increase non-assessment revenue. In fact, it's off by about, as Bob pointed out, round number, about $2 million. But also through the 3rd quarter, we've already reduced costs by over 2 million or 2.1 million, and we're looking to continue to reduce that between now and the end of the year. So again, going back to my earlier comment about the budget going into 2021, that we are managing well to the situation as it presents itself to us. The value talent turnover rate. That is basically when you have the folks you want to keep leave, or they resign or go find another position. As I mentioned, in 2018, it was just below 25%. Last year, we reduced that down to about 9%. And so far in this year, it's at 8%. So we're making a little bit of progress over where we were in 2019. From a collaboration perspective, working with one Reston, there's a lot of things that we are do annually and we continue to do. But one that we just was putting out on this sheet, and through the support of the Friends of Reston, we have collaborated with Dogwood Elementary and Fairfax County to provide camps in a box, because our camp system, we couldn't have our camps this year, but provide camps in a box at no charge to those families and children that needed it. As John and Larry pointed out earlier, RA is holding a monthly land use informational and strategy coordination meetings. We just heard about the meet and greet that Covenants has done. That is huge, and I'm so very, very proud of Cam and Megan and what they've been able to accomplish in such a short amount of time. And since July 16th, RA has held 6 community information and listening sessions. So we're trying to get the feedback and get good communication from two-way communications going from our members in RA. The new RA website, as Claire pointed out, is up and running. It's on the cloud, and we're working very, very strongly to move and have a much more modern IT operation taking place. And RA's board formed the Recreation Facilities Working Group to evaluate our facilities in conjunction with what we already know that we need to address with Lake Thoreau and pool and several of these other pools. And improving board effectiveness training and teamwork is all being led by the BGC. So when you have an opportunity, if you haven't already, please take a look at the CEO's third quarter update. There's a lot more detail in there, but for sake of time, I'll end there and take any questions that you all might have. I'm done with the slides, Christina. Thank you.
Questions from the board members? Sarah.
Hank, I have a question about the boat we have at Lake Ann. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
There's a floating dock that was put there. One of the things that we were planning on doing this year, and you heard Chris mention a little bit, is upgrading the rental fleet at Lake Ann. And last year when I shared this with the board, we showed several pictures of how we do it. It actually looks like kayaks and other boats are washed up by a hurricane, and they're just kind of wrapped around the existing floating dock that's there. So we spoke internally, and our staff over at Central Services said, hey, we can build another dock or a sales point that can really be used to store paddle boards or kayaks and actually act as a sales platform. And they started building that before COVID hit. And so they completed it, put it in place, and as part of the budget for 2021, we are intending to bring back the rental fleet because it is very popular and people have asked us about it. And so that what you're calling a boat, we actually call it kind of a floating barge and sales barge, will be used to hold paddle boards and actually conduct sales and safely get people into boats and moved around, get the life jackets fit on them. So they put it there to see if it would float, how it looked, and that's why it's there.
Can we put some signage on that? I've just had questions asking about what's this, what's our building? It doesn't have tags. Like, who does it belong to? So I think it's a great idea. But
we can get a sign on it, and coming soon, the new rental fleet.
Property Reston Association, something along those lines. Yeah.
I think that boat or that floating barge shows the talent that we have. The folks over at Central Services, folks everywhere on this staff are incredible, but they built that with, if I'm not mistaken, with a lot of leftover materials. So it looks great to me.
It is. It's really cool.
Anyone else? Okay, we had moved the meeting to go until 11:15. We still have an executive session with counsel. I am told that he needs probably 15 minutes. So I would like to entertain a motion to extend our meeting to 11:30. That's just 15 minutes more. And our counsel has promised to move swiftly through it, but I'm not sure we'll get done by 11:15.
Second that.
Thank you. All in favor? I'm sorry, but
Aye from Ben.
aye, thank you very much. Okay, we're good to go. Now I need a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Thank you, Karen. Second. Aaron. Great. Votes, we're all good to go?
Aye.
Great. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, everyone. Christina, can you take us into breakout? And we actually don't have really anything after
Thank you, everyone.
the executive session, new business, but I'm not anticipating anything there. So for those who are wondering, you can stay or go. All right, I believe we are all back out of executive session. Yes, that is correct. I would like to move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session, matters involving consultation with counsel, were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during executive session. Do I have a second? Thank you, Bob. And all in favor?
Aye from Ben.
I got Ben's, got, where's Sarah? Oh, there you are. You're up at the top by me. Good. Great. So that moves. And Tony, it's pretty late. So if you could help me state the motion properly for.
Sure. Move to ratify the decision reached in the previous executive session to ratify the decision reached to instruct the CEO to move forward with the insurance risk assessment as presented in executive session.
Do I have a motion? Okay, I move that. Do I have a second? Karen? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I got, okay, unanimous, I believe. There's one last there is no business, right? No one has any new business?
Move to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I may have missed it. Did we remove item
We removed item
Q?
Q. Yes,
Correct.
we deferred
Very
that. Trying to save time tonight. So who wants to make the last motion of the evening? Karen does. Go ahead.
I move we adjourn.
Oh, Mike got it. Second. Sarah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3 minutes to spare. Thank you so very much. It was a pleasure being with you all again tonight.
Aye.
Good night, all.
Everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night, all.